technology of psychological warfare. From mind control and people control, the technology of psychological warfare. From Cine Fantastique magazine, a description of Anthony Schaefer's protagonist in the film The Wicker Man. Quote, tearing around in dizzying circles trying to solve it, never able to guess the true plot beyond it, although the evidence of it lies all around him. From J.H. Towson's book, Clowns. As the huckster delivered his harangue, the clown would repeatedly poke his head behind the curtain, making fun of everything his master said, parodying his patter, and twisting the meaning of his words. The huckster played the perfect straight man meanwhile. Here he was trying so hard to hawk his wares, and his own assistant was doing everything possible to undermine sales. The merriment was, of course, intentional. While the clown seemingly encouraged the public not to buy the proffered merchandise, the huckster knew full well that the bystanders would be easily converted into customers as soon as they forgot that they were, indeed, to be buying. Once the audience had been effectively hypnotized, once its judgment and willpower had been weakened, the real sales pitch could begin. Charles Fort, quote, almost all people of all eras are hypnotics. Their beliefs are induced beliefs. The proper authorities saw to it that the proper belief should be induced, and people believed properly. One final quote from banker J.P. Morgan. For every action there are two reasons, a good reason and the real reason. In a study of mind control and psychological warfare, it is not enough to simply review the latest technology of coercion, the most recent gadgetry and techno-junk, littering the hardware and supply depots of governments and cults. Far more dangerous than these appliances is the praxis behind them, the underground current which informs the modern project and this era. Life in our modern era being little more than life in an open-air mind control laboratory, where a form of human alchemy has emerged to transform the mass of targeted percipients, targeted merely by virtue of their being urban dwellers plugged into the electronic and digital pageantry of the establishment's system of things. And what sort of creature is it that inhabits such a domain? Who is the modern man? The puppet masters say that he is the smartest, most advanced individual to ever strut the planet, the most relatively liberated being in history. But Louis Ferdinand Céline, the great French novelist, said it well. What does the modern public want? It wants to go down on its knees before money and before detritus. The public have been trained to do this by two principal methods: direct speaking archetypal messages of pure terror, very similar to the experiments of Dr. Ewan Cameron of McGill University's Allen Memorial Clinic, which he described as psychic driving, these being encoded in certain massively publicized lone nut mass murders, and by the sinister flattery heaped upon the modern public by their masters in the cult of progress and optimism. The acid test of a human being's freedom and will to protect the quality of life lies in a person's attitude toward their oppressors. What is modern man's attitude toward Wall Street and the big bankers, toward Dan Rather and the ignorance-bestowing media and advertising man, toward Wilson and FDR and Reagan and the politicians who waste their sons in bankers' wars? As one writer has observed, the most amazing thing about the American people is that they are constantly defending their betrayers.
Well, excuse me, should have cleared my throat before opening the mic. Well, that was some introduction anyway. And it's funny, like, you could draw so many things into this. I mean, obviously we could talk about, well, I won't say the popular name for the date, right? We could talk about today's date in many different number of ways. But it kind of occurred to me today that it might be best to talk about it in an all-encompassing way, that not just ties in every, flag that isn't true type event, but also every traumatizing event. It's, of course, these things are pretexts for wars, as we've discovered. Like Pearl Harbor and oh god, suddenly the mind is going blank. It's incredible, isn't it? But the sinking of the Lusitania, I don't need to tell you. But also, everything is multifaceted and multi-purposed. These are trauma-inducing events. And I suppose if there's a theme, right, if I have to pick one for what I want to kind of talk about in terms of this whole thing, it's that this was one of those trauma-inducing events by which they control our minds, fracture our minds, or paralyze us with horror, so that rather than give us a shock that wakes us up to reality, it makes us psychologically turn away, like the Gorgon's head in Greek mythology, that you can't quite look at it. Otherwise, you are literally petrified, turned to stone when you look at it head on. So you can't. You look at it out of the corners of your eye or in a reflection, and then they provide the sort of hall of mirrors through which reality is reflected to us, distorted, misshapen. And then we just sort of say, leave me alone, let me hide somewhere in the crevices of my mind so I do not have to contemplate this horrific reality, that my innocence has been broken at such a tender age. I thought the world was one way. In other words, this place that I'm in with all these people, I thought we were all trying to build a society. But now I find that we're in some kind of open air dystopic theme park where we're all being terrorized and there's no way out, like that instead of watching horror movies, we live in one. Anyway, I see there's a lot of people in the chat already, and I'll just have a quick pause there. Right, that's enough of an introduction before I suddenly find myself going down tangents already. I'll pause there. That sort of sets the scene a little bit, and I'll just see what people have to say here. Maybe there's a bit of conversation between people anyway. Right, Doc Holiday there says cheers. Cheers to you, Doc. Cheers, Vingo. And Vingo asks, yes, who is speaking, if it's safe to say? Well, actually, do you know what? I'll thank you for asking. Funny enough, as always with these truth tellers, the answer is, if the question is it safe to say, the answer is not really, but I'm going to tell you anyway. So his surname is Hoffman. It sounds to me like a very standard German name, but of course, when we hear those, sorry, not a standard, but a common German name, and it probably means something. What is a Hoffman? I don't speak German, but maybe you can tell me, Fingo. Hauptbahnhof, right? What is that? That's the high iron road station or something like that. Is it? So is a Hoffman the station man, the station master, something like that? I'm guessing. I think maybe. I think he is of Germanic stock. So Hoffman is his surname, and Michael is his first name, Michael A. And because he was a student of a fellow, another guy whose name he can't really mention, but I'll say this: I did a video on their work, a couple of videos, about they really looked into the esoteric stuff, the cult stuff, the underworld, the signs and the symbols, and the sort of there's very particular terms for these things. The cult, not just rituals and symbols, but the cult plays, the stories, that are carried to us through movies in particular, of course, but also plays, and then overarching thematic stories that go through, like medieval plays that not even before Shakespeare, let's say, and that are still carried out. These archetypes is one way of saying it. I didn't want to kind of invoke that sort of stuff because it's kind of been polluted lately. Anyway, there was a fella called James Shelby Downard, right? And Michael A. Hoffman was maybe a student, but maybe a contemporary of his, and they would have been, I think, sort of people who worked together and wrote books and informed each other of how they were getting along and things like that, of their investigations. James Shelby Downard, I remember hearing about that he really impressed some Freemasons with his insight and ability to naturally read symbols and gain sort of a knowledge about the underpinnings of man and the world and all their secret occultic symbology and terminology without apparently needing to be taught. But look, I would say, I mean, not to take away from him, I would say he was, like a lot of children are, they're sort of, if they're naturally inquisitive and curious, they might be able to make connections between things that an adult would not yet have been taught to avoid doing, which is part of our programming. So Michael, that fella Hoffman, he and James Shelby Downard worked together on this kind of occultist investigation, and it really, I mean, a lot of people might say, it went to a level that was what you might consider to be these days like spurgy or off the wall, or listen, I go down rabbit holes, but that's making connections between extremely thinly stretched oh god, what's the word I should say, well, theories anyway, but if you stretch a connection, sinew thin. But from doing a couple of videos on them and going back and forth over the words, like when you make a video and you put it to, as I'm sure many of you know, and you're looking for the right picture, or sometimes suddenly an image will occur to you and you know what you're looking for to put to something. And you go back and forth over the timeline of the video you create so that you hear the same words over and over again. And gradually more and more ideas occur to you. And sometimes when you put an image alongside a piece of audio, and then you kind of say to yourself, even, I think I know what music needs to go with this. You find that these ideas develop just naturally by, it's like almost you're physically twirling them around, It's a bit like when you write your thoughts down on paper. So anyway, I better just say, without going on much more long about that, the speech that you heard there was the first 5 minutes. I'll link it later. Let's see if I can tell you what it was called. But he was speaking from 1987, and he could have been talking about events in 2001 or now, or in 2020 or whatever, Let me see. What did he call it? Sorry for a bit of dead air here. He called it The Occult Philosophy. 1987, anyway, in Anaheim. A speech he gave. And some of that speech, I almost read out. I mean, it was his introduction that he used to the essay called King Kill 33 by James Shelby Downard. Like all of those things, all the words I've said already, I definitely find that YouTube does not like them. And it's to do with an overarching term called revelation of the method, which is making manifest all that has been hidden. And in case I forget to say it later, you would think that in having all of their esoteric, secret occultist stuff revealed to the public, that the jig would be up, the game would be over, because we'd see everything they'd been doing. But it depends, right? Like any weapon or a sword, particularly, it's double-edged. Signs and symbols can mean different things, but a hammer is a tool. It could be used for constructive purposes, or, if you can imagine violence, very destructive purposes. It depends on where you're standing and the mind that is beholding what is being revealed. As we saw very plainly made to us in 2020, but also before that, like let's say when people are looking into, trafficking, but it wasn't car traffic. A lot of people, like, they don't want to know the horrors. It's like people like going to see a horror movie, but they watch it between their fingers, or they look away, or they just hear stuff. And that's kind of worse because your imagination just kind of makes it worse. But also, I think it's not good to allow certain gory, horrific imagery to enter your mind, and then worse than that, to allow yourself to become desensitized to it. That is, I think, for anyone, no matter how much they think they have a strong constitution, mentally, psychically, like that, I think that is damaging to the soul or to the psyche. God, I didn't mean to go off on tangents, but I guess, look, it's important to say that because that's what I'm getting at here with, what happened 23 years ago on this date, 11th of September. So Michael A. Hoffman, anyway, is that fellow, and I'll link it later, and you can listen to the whole speech, and you'll be fascinated that it was 1987. But as I say, I suppose to set out a thesis here, it wasn't just to do this. Of course, it was as a pretext for war, but it was also to induce trauma in all of us so that we could be mind controlled, and so that the majority of people would be scared out of their wits, so that they would say, please, no more, no more, no more. We'll trust that the government is doing whatever it needs to do to take care of this, and we can go back to looking somewhere else. And hopefully, if enough days and weeks and months go by, we can forget the shock and horror, the awe that we beheld when we saw that on our TV screens or heard about it or whatever. We can, if we can just get the image out of our minds or lock it in a dark room down a long corridor that we don't go down anymore in our minds, then maybe everything's going to be all right again. I can get back to my normality, which is I get up every day, I have a routine, it's comforting, I go to my job, everything's normal. Oh, good, thank God, I see the same normal people here. Phew, everything's back to normal. And we can trust that the government is taking care of business, right? Because the government, as we all know, is our friend, and they just want to protect us and make everything safe for us. So we'd better just allow them to get on with their job. And that's how the fracturing of the mind, the trauma-based mind control, and the overarching government control to treat us like children who want to hide under the duvet covers. And then mommy and daddy government will say, that's all right. We've checked under the bed. There could be terrorists. We'd advise you to stay under the bed. There might be monsters there. But if you just stay under your covers, be a good little boy or girl, and don't come out of your room until we tell you it's safe to do so, we'll take care of any of those nasty things that want to harm you. Don't you worry your pretty little head about it. And then people stay in an infantile state of mind for the rest of their lives. I'll take Michael A. Hoffman off the screen there anyway. And look, I don't mean to do it, but I'll go back to this traumatizing picture and this poor little innocent girl here and this meme. It's possible some people haven't seen it, but it's been a long-standing meme. And there's something about it's not just the aesthetics of the whole thing, the girl in the foreground, the towers in the background, the particular font. I mean, it took me a long time to realize that a font really changes how you interpret the words as they are written. Like a font is a fountain, like a water font, and it flows forth with not just the facts of what is being written, but also an aesthetic, style of how it's written. And of course, the style is going to be affected by the shapes of the letters. I mean, at its basic form, whether it has, these serifs on it or not, or whether it's written in a sort of a Gothic style, a cursive style, a block style, a very basic style, or a very elegant style. Those things, whether you realize it or not, and how you could be sort of easily suggested things, is if you don't realize that these are the things that change your perceptions. There's any number of ways I haven't even got onto predictive programming yet. But I don't mean to traumatize anybody, of course. And there's always the danger of that. Any image that you look at, especially ones that are there always in the background of your life, they affect your subconscious and you don't realize that everything is affecting us all the time. And the more you think that you are impervious, I mean, not you guys, right? But generally a person, if they think that they are impervious to suggestibility or manipulation, then the more easily they will be manipulated. Again, don't mean to be telling you anything you don't know already or couldn't know or realize. But I think we all know that most people, maybe not most people, maybe I've been too pessimistic, but certainly a significant enough proportion of our society will just go along to get along. We've seen that with everything. Psychic driving, anyway, is a term that they use for this kind of thing, you know? The boom, the explosions, the shock, the imagery that is horrific to look at, and yet we can't look away. And then, as I say, this girl here, and it's not just that it sort of looks like, you see, for me, when I grew up, and I'll try and finish on this little point here and get back to the it's the comments. You know, it's not just the aesthetic of the girl to the right hand side in that picture, which I've merged then, of course, with what happened. Like, who knows when it was taken, but I'm going to say it was, you know, mid 80s, that kind of thing. And the reason I say that is because I've seen photographs of myself taken in the mid 80s. And I've seen how they faded. See, I thought I was born in living color. I thought I was the first of the modern generation, the first of the generations to be born with technology. You know, in the past, they only had like these stupid old technologies like gramophone records, reel-to-reel tapes, computers that went beep, boop, you know, this sort of stuff. It was, you know, I'm laughing because it was hilarious that these people thought that they were technologically advanced. Whereas I was born in living color with color television, videotape recorders. I've said this before in other recent streams, so I won't wax on, but a lot of times these things do definitely bear repeating. And I flattered myself to think I was living in the modern world. And I thought that, you know, all the records of everything I did would remain in living color, not in the black and white, in these small little, you know, half the size of a postcard black and white photographs. You could barely make out anything, and everybody was just in these kind of faded, either sepia toned or black and white photographs. You know, it was barely a record of anything. But here was the photographs of me, all color, just exactly like it was as I saw it with my own eyes. But the color fades and it changes into that kind of aesthetic. See, that's not what it looked like on that day. Everything's gone a kind of azure, or it's tinted with a sort of, maybe as though there was a fine film of lapis lazuli over it. A little, you know, a glass darkly made of lapis lazuli, and then you look through these things. So now when I look back at my past, it's tinted. There is some kind of color alteration, just like as if it was on Instagram with a filter to make it look as though it was the 80s. And so now we can't tell. Has something been photoshopped? Did it go through an Instagram filter? Or has the Polaroid really faded? Or the Fujifilm or the Kodachrome, has it really faded? So I'm saying all that because I've said it before, but, you know, of course, like, not everybody's seen every one of my videos, right? And I wouldn't be able to even point to the video that I've said those things in. But although it sounds like what I'm saying is of no particular consequence, these are the things that matter. And everything matters. Nothing really matters at all, and everything matters very distinctly. And that's why, like, when people sort of say, like, oh, you know, life, it's just fleeting. What does it really matter? You're born, you eat, you poop, you die. Nobody really does anything. And then you go back to be worm food. So, like, what's the purpose or meaning in our life? Oh, look. But look, there's meaning in the smallest of things, and there's meaning in, you know, large exploits of heroes and daring. But we can't all be heroes and daring. We just play our part, and we do what we can do to the best of our ability. And that's all that's expected of us. If there was a God, he'd be pleased if that's what we did. And maybe there is. You know, I've had to climb down from my haughty position that everything that could be known was known, and I could touch, taste, smell, hear, or feel it. No, I said that. touch, taste, smell, hear, or see it. But I won't get into that either. I keep going off in tangents. I'll drag myself back to the comments here. All right. So that's who is speaking. Krishnan Resurrection says greetings. Thank you. Greetings to you. Vingol says, I fell deep into a 9 effing rabbit hole. I don't know what I'm saying. Thanks. I'm just saying thanks for a bit of I don't know. Mixed languages there. 9 effing rabbit hole in a few months ago. Or not even really a rabbit hole as such, just seeing lots of raw footage and such. Yeah. So yeah, it's a bit of, I'll skip over just some talk between you. And let's see, what else can I say? I just say there, yeah, Doc says I say pretty much everything I want on live streams. Now, look, I'm on a live stream now. I'm speaking to you live, but that's to the people who are listening live. I think it's good. One of the things that I like about talking live is that it forces me to just get up and do it. Whereas if I would make a pre-recorded video and I'd want to say, I'll put up a picture with it and just leave it at that, and then I get a bit more obsessive about it and say, I can't just do that. That's too easy. And then I say, well, I'll just trim out this bit of audio. Listen, I forgot to say something here. And before I know it, I've spent a week on something, you know. This forces me to get things out. Of course, there's a balance between quality and quantity. And this week, I've been doing a few live streams. And I'm saying to myself, listen, you know, don't make people sick of you by overexposure. But at the same time, I didn't want to let today go by without marking it. Last year, or maybe I have never done a stream or much of a video just to sort of mark the occasion. It's been 23 years now, and one of the things that I've noticed is that, well, not noticed, but realized that there are, as I say, full adults, like people who were born after this event and who are now over the age of 21. And so by all accounts, really, in the modern world, these people are adults, full adults. And yet they've never known the world that many of us knew who were born in the last, I'm going to say, I don't ever want to give any too particular much details about myself, but I was born in the last millennium, not just in the last century. I was born a millennium ago, to put it that way. Anyway, I forgot to finish another thought there. Why do I do these live streams? Because a lot of the times I have all these thoughts swimming around in my subconscious. We all do, I suppose. Any of us who have, you know, thoughts going around in our mind and we're chewing them over, putting some of them back to our subconscious. Then they come up from our subconscious again, just at seemingly random times when we're doing nothing in particular, or might be driving, might be cutting the grass, as I sometimes am. And, you know, a lot of the times these are times when you're not, you know, looking at a video or doing something else. You're out in the real world and you're alone with your thoughts, which is something that a lot of people actually fear, to be alone with their thoughts, and you're chewing things over and things occur to you. And they're not fully formed thoughts. And so you say, yeah, I must write that down and explore that thought. Well, doing a live stream, it's almost like then it forces you to delve back into your subconscious and bring things out. And you're not afforded the luxury of saying, that thought isn't perfect, or that sentence isn't fully constructed, or had to pause for thought. I wish I didn't say or use the wrong word, or, you know, trip myself up, and et cetera, et cetera. If you can rely on people to give you a little bit of a leeway and benefit of the doubt, then a lot of the times they kind of know what you meant to say, even if you said it wrong or used a wrong word. And I find that the more and more as I go on in my own life, of course, I'm getting older, we all are. But although, as I said earlier, we flatter ourselves to think that we're in the modern age, a lot of people in every generation flatter themselves. I think most people flatter themselves to think that they are, in fact, in the end times. Like, we are the specials of special boys. We're not just in a postmodern age, but we are in the age of the dawning of Aquarius, the end of one age and the beginning of the new. We're that special, literally, and therefore we're in end times. And aren't we the chosen ones, you know, of all of us here, to be present when, you know, either aliens or God or something will come down, and there'll be all these, you know, amazing happenings, you know. that one day we'll wake up and we'll open 4chan and say it's happening and it will be for real, or whatever. So, but there's kind of like, I'm laughing at it, right? At the idea of how conceited we would need to be to believe that, but also it is kind of true. Now, who knows how many years there is? Really, every generation, as it springs up and then gets harvested again, like it's pretty much true for every generation. But there just might be something special enough over the next few generations. And of course, like, I mean, we know that their plans, like they timetable them. We know their plans, that they had ones for the end of the millennium. We know that they had one for, the first two decades. And we know between 2020 and 2030 that they have 2 5-year plans. And a lot of you would have seen the 2 5-year plans laid out as a timetable with lateral bar graphs and this kind of thing. This takes us up to here. And then like one project doesn't end and then the next one starts. Like they'll have them overlapping. And I've seen them just like business charts. Of course, they could have been made up by people who backwards derive what's happening and then, say, oh, I found this chart 2 years ago or whatever. But look, I no longer take everything as in the passage of time as just starting at point 0 and ending at point 100 as though it was a meter scale, going from left to right. In many ways, metaphorically and almost, in actuality, I don't necessarily see time as a linear journey from a point in the past to a point in the future. Things are much more circular and almost like wrapped up in a ball of string and back together again, even though, of course, that's, Babylon science. Again, I'm getting wrapped up in things that I shouldn't, but I'm just drawing in vague ideas so you know what I mean. Not trying to be clever either, by the way. I don't know anything that anybody else doesn't. Just trying to realize things publicly. And one of my objectives here is that other people kind of go, oh yeah, like I do think that as well. So one of my objectives is to sort of embarrass myself publicly so people can kind of go, oh, right. I don't need to be embarrassed about having these kind of crazy thoughts, right? I'm all right. I haven't gone insane then. I mean, I've allowed myself to go insane in certain directions on a certain leash over like several years. And being disappointed in so many people and being let down and doubting my sanity, and being horrified and shocked and wondering like, well, if I had gone insane, like, how would I know? I mean, one of the things I can tell you is that a person who has gone insane and is mad, has taken leave of their senses, isn't likely to sit down somewhere and say, now listen, hold on, let's think this through here. What tests could I use that could be objective to figure out if I've gone insane? And a person who has gone insane is unlikely to do that. But like, it's very important to, ask yourself these questions. A lot of people don't want to do that. Those are the thoughts of a madman. And unfortunately, what most people then rely on as a test of their own sanity is to look around and see what everybody else is doing. And well, that's not a good method. It's one of the major logical fallacies, to appeal to the authority of the crowd or popularity. What seems to be popular to do? Oh, I see. They're all wearing this garment over their faces for some reason. Right, well, that must be what sane people do. I'd better get doing that then. Toot sweet. And right away, shipshape, Bristol fashion. So, like, you have to, if you want to survive in this world with your mind intact and hopefully your soul and maybe your dignity too, you have to start asking yourself the questions you don't want to ask yourself, like, how would I know if I had gone insane? And part of the process of trying to find answers to that question is to experiment within certain constraints and with some safety nets. Let's go a little loopy then for a little while. Let's take a walk into the desert and see if I meet the devil, or down to the crossroads at midnight and see who's waiting for me. Again, whoopsie daisy, I've gone off another tangent here, but as I say, this is the kind of crazy stuff that I would record sometimes. It's not really that crazy, but I record this and I'd kind of go, I can't put that up. Like, what kind of video would that be? Here, listen to this. The ravings of somebody who doesn't think he's gone insane. So anyway, that's in response to Jack saying, I say pretty much everything I want on live streams. I do, but I try not to say things like too on the nose, because what you seem to be able to get away with, and what other people on YouTube seem to be able to get away with, in the past, I have not. So again, what I've noticed as well, another little rule that I've kind of figured out is that a lot of times when they put constraints on you, that actually helps your creativity in some way, you know. And there's ways of saying things. There's 100 million different ways of saying things, and everybody's got their own voice and their way of doing it. And you paint the same picture, but with your own brush, slightly different palettes, color palette, you know, just like this darling little girl here. And I wonder where she is now, you know, and there she is with her chin in her hand, thinking already about what world awaits her. You know, I wonder what you think when you look at a picture like that. And then there's a fella in the background there, lying on his side, enjoying the sun, looking back at the city, and everything's through a blue haze. It's just, there's so much in that picture. But anyway, I'll move on. So Vingol says, apparently it means steward. Thanks for Hoffman, i.e. one who manages the property of another. Righty-ho. Hoft Uder, lol, says Krishna on Resurrection. Vingo says, looked it up. Hoff can also mean everything from farm to things related to royalty. Wow. I mean, I'm kind of not surprised. And a lot of things do depend on the context. The last part is not something I looked up. Okay. Court, you know what? You know what's like Dustin. Sorry, I'm forget. I'm not. I don't want to be slow, but I am being slow there. But don't bother being too distinct either, because you know. Anyway, so Vingo said he knows what you're talking about. He says, right, precisely, court, or is the hold court? Is it like the people in a king's court? I was watching, he says, a Devon Stack stream earlier, and he looked at a German book about that sort of court person. All right, I think I know what we're talking about then. You know, the people who are always behind the throne, tugging at the robes of the king, whispering in his ear, that sort of thing. Yeah, I like Devon, and I think that there's another fellow I listen to regularly enough on X, and he has this very similar voice. He's called Radio, and I won't say his surname there, but it's a town in Germany. And sorry, not surname, but second part of it, Radio something. And I just have a feeling it's him, but I could be wrong. But anyway, that's by the by. I'm tempted to say somebody else I was listening to a live stream today, but I'll leave it till a little later. You know, I just don't want to say too many verboten words all at once. You know, I'll go on a little bit more, and I'll throw out a link, as I said, because I did say I would. If anybody wants to come up and talk, you know, just interact. It'll be fine. No bother. Nobody has to show their face. But I won't. No, actually, yeah. Don't bother showing your face. I was going to say I won't prevent you if you really want to, but yeah, it's best. We'll make this be just a radio thing, you know. Vingo says, in Norwegian we have Hoffman, a court fool. Oh, sorry, Hoffnar. Very interesting. A court jester. Oh, right. So Hoffnar is a court jester. Very, very interesting. I mean, the Joker in the pack is an extremely laden, a symbol laden with meaning. It's fantastic. The court jester, or the fool, but he's not. Is he the fool, or are we the fools? I want to, if I forget, talk about the magic tricks and the plans that they lay for so long of a time. We don't see it. They start the trick before we're born, and a lot of times they don't perform the sort of, you know, the outcome of the trick even before we're still alive. Maybe it's for another generation. Their plans go on for so long. Margaret Court, the guy from Knight Rider, is it? Oh, okay. Michael Hoffman, wasn't that his name? Hoffman, anyway, wasn't it? David Hoffman, Michael Knight, David Hoffman. Servants, right? Brings new meaning to the name tennis. All right. Lewis, maybe. Yeah, maybe it's like. Is that like Lewis? The name? I don't know. Maybe. Is Jesus a jester? I don't know. I know. I think I've watched. I think I'm not confusing you with somebody else. I think I have watched some of your videos. If you have a sort of a Geordie accent, and you definitely look into all the different possible meanings of words and symbology to do with that sort of stuff when you're decoding stuff, let's say. There's Lily Gazoo. She says, greetings, listening at work. Fair play to you. Hiya, Lily. And I'm not sure if Krishna is asking me, do I know what jam is? Maybe I don't. Jam or ram. Maybe I don't either. Could be a lot of meanings with that as well, eh? I don't know. But, I mean, look, sometimes things need to be spelled out, but a lot of times they can't be, eh? Vingo says, I remember my brother watching the Blair Witch Project. Oh, God, yeah. I did watch that in the cinema. I think, that was one of those movies where I realized as I was watching it, this is using the power of my imagination to terrorize me. What isn't seen is the more frightening than what they show you on screen. And I figured that they had figured that out. And even though I knew that's what they were doing, I was always waiting for the jump scare. And maybe it didn't even come. But even though I kind of figured, right, I think I understand this movie, it's still scared the bejesus out of me. And I needed a stiff drink afterwards. So he says, I watched the Blair Witch Project and I just sat with my back to it playing Age of Empires 2 because I wasn't allowed to watch it, Keck. I see. Okay. Like Medusa, I suppose, watching it from the back of your head. Right. I think there's a whole new page here, so I'm going to try and catch up. Vingel says, I felt the same way, also felt the same way about the 80s as you did in the 70s, or as I did about the 70s. Okay. Cheers, Vingel. I mean, I sometimes, I mean, I know that these things are, if not universal, they're certainly not unique to my thought process. And look, the older that I get, the more I realize that also it's not unique to my generation, but there just might be a slight variation on it. But you can transfer the lesson, whatever it is. Maybe, and of course, I have to laugh that they look at things like, the 90s as being the good old days. I mean, they kind of were in some ways. But every generation has its good old days and all this sort of stuff. And, the Generation Z will think that was quaint, or they think it's antiques and they like it. But from a archaeological point of view or an antique point of view, oh, I got an antique Nintendo 64 or a Super NES or whatever, Famicom. Oh, I have a Sega Mega Drive. Oh, that's fantastic. Oh, I've got a CRT, and they like CRTs and all this sort of stuff. Anyway, whatever, I won't harp on about it. But nostalgia ain't quite what it used to be, eh? Monkey technology, says Alan Hargreaves, the voice of reason. Geez, maybe I was confusing Alan Hargreaves with Krishna and Revolution. I might be. Sorry about that if I am. Chimps on smartphones, exactly. Monkeys with screwdrivers poking around in the back of a television or in the side of a laptop. Lily says, touching history. The untold history shows how unprepared we were for 9/11. My brother-in-law was a New York firefighter who had been advocating for a helicopter and better radios, etc. Well, look, anytime there is a system failure, we know that it is in fact weaponized incompetence and weaponized stupidity. No, it's malevolence or maliciousness masquerading as stupidity or incompetence. That phrase where you say never, or they tell us like never attribute or never assign to malice what could be easily explained away by incompetence or stupidity. But for most purposes, for pretty much all purposes, I would turn that on its head completely and make it an ironclad rule. Anytime you see something happening, it's not down to, oh, they dropped the ball. Oh, that day there was a systems failure. No, that's how it was designed to be. And the proof, if anywhere needed, would be that every time something goes tits up, we all suffer and they all profit. I mean, that and it's every single time there's a crisis or a catastrophe. We all suffer from what happened, and they all are miraculously unaffected and they grow rich. The company they just happened to invest in the week before or the month before or whatever If we think of Lucky Larry there, just happened to buy, sorry, the Twin Towers. Yeah, he bought it maybe 3 months ago and then happened to insure them all separately for these sort of events a month prior to or maybe it was July, but prior to the September. And we look at those people who just kind of go back to work and do nothing and all this kind of thing and go, yeah, well, whatever. I'm sure all is above board. The government has it in their hands now. There's an inquiry and a tribunal. They'll get to the bottom of it. Like nobody needs to know any special information to kind of go, that's, like, to say the least, highly convenient, mighty suspicious, and very convenient, isn't it? So I'll say this anyway. I know I said I was going to try and catch up. But I think this is a good juncture to say it. I was watching, and I know, look, you just have to look at the message. Take what information you can from people. Try not to say, I don't like that guy, or don't like this person, this woman, whatever. Everybody's going to, mislead you either intentionally or unintentionally at some point. So you just have to use your own critical filters. Take what you can. I was watching, so I'll say the guy's name. His surname is Green. It's the color green. Maybe you know who I'm talking about already. And his first name is Adam. And I was watching it on Odyssey. Now, Odyssey, it's kind of a strange thing. I'm not sure if it immediately goes to, once he does his live stream, if you can then play it back. I'm not sure if you can do that. But wherever you can watch, maybe he'll upload it later as a video, or something happens where he kind of goes back to select, put that live stream there as a video in that same place. But go look at his channel. It's called, I'll spell the first thing. It's called No, spelled K now. Right? That's an unusual way of spelling it, but I'm doing it to just kind of, confuse whatever might be happening, or not. Whatever might be listening that is not human. So K now, more news. So if you go there on Odyssey, and you'd probably find it on Rumble as well, maybe BitChute. And like, we all know that there is predictive programming, or he used a term which is self-explanatory. And can I think of it now? It wasn't predictive programming, but it was something like previncing, like pre-convincing. Oh God, I've forgotten the term now. Damn it, it was along those lines. I thought it was a very good term, a single word, like a portmanteau or a neologism. But damn it, right? I'll think of it maybe later. But anyway, you'll see it if you watch his video. I haven't got back. I've been meaning to go back and look at some of the Superman movies, and he was showing how the Twin Towers were shown in the Superman movies, and also how when he steps out for pizza, and Lois Lane says, will you go out and get pizza? Well, it doesn't make any sense that he'd do that first thing in the morning. And it was, you'll never guess the time. It was a certain number of minutes past 9 a.m. Yeah, it was 11 minutes past 9 a.m. Pointing to the date rather than maybe when the first plane hit, which was 8:45, I think. But anyway, and by the way, let's just assume for the sake of discussion that there were planes and they did hit the towers. I'm not saying that has to be the way, but whatever. If we examine the story as is presented. And that was extremely odd. And, I realized a few years ago that Superman was written by somebody who was, with a certain name that would give it away. You kind of go, oh, I see. Okay. Yeah. And that these people are not just, members of whatever it is that they are, but that, he would have been steeped in some kind of esotericism. And I realized a while ago that, when it's talking about Superman as the son of Dore, like that's one of the sort of Babylonian type gods, And so they are hearkening back to that. And, the idea of being trapped in a 2D world and this sort of stuff, like Zod, right? The triumvirate or triune of the demiurge of Zod, or whatever, I'm not saying that's what they have to represent. But all of this is wrapped up anyway in those movies. Like, as we know, like with everything, there is a sort of a on the surface level understanding of things. You watch a movie, it's just popcorn stuff. That's it. It's a story. Doesn't mean anything. But then, of course, it means everything. Or it's telling you something. And look, maybe there's some movies that are just derivative now that they put out now. or like its only purpose is just to humiliate us in the Western world, get all our stories and just desecrate them. But were they even our stories to begin with? A lot of them weren't. Maybe some of them were. But there was another thing then, of course, he showed the clip from Fight Club, where your man is saying, you know, you met me on a bad day, he says to your one, that English actress, I can't think of her name now. And then they just stand looking out his apartment window, and all these skyscrapers in New York are doing controlled demolition. And they use these terms like controlled demolition. We're far enough into the stream now where hopefully the algo got bored, but you never know. I'll just try and, you know, sparse them, pepper them through, but sparsely. And all these terms, I mean, the psychic driving of these terms, that's one of the terms they use to sort of to reinforce these hypnotic words. And hypnosis really is just not just hearing somebody speak, but in a certain cadence with a pattern, using certain powerful words. It really is, as I'm sure I don't need to tell you, language is dangerous in the wrong hands, with rhetoric, with somebody who's studied how to talk in a certain way with a certain pattern, and to get it out cleanly. Like the ums and the ahs do break the spell. Like if you hear somebody and they're practiced and they have a patter, and they have an ebb and a flow, it is hypnotic. And especially if they have these words that are laden with power. And, you know, there's lots of synonyms for the same word, but there are some particular words that pack a punch. And they can get into your psyche and just plant themselves there, and then they're there later for suggestion. And as I say, we've all been hypnotized to some extent, but many of us, we can't get too complacent, but we've been trying to break the spell. We've been trying to deprogram ourselves, and any of us, you know, here now, have been to a large or a greater or, you know, significant extent successful. But you can't just kind of go, oh, good, job's a good one, I'm done now, because there's a continuous assault on our senses. And the more that we learn, there is a sort of, what's the word for it? The more we discover, the more rabbit holes we go down, the more we unearth about all the terrible things that they've done and join all the dots and make all the connections, the more there is a danger, a sort of, and I'm trying, again, I forget the phrase for it now. It's what happens sometimes under the pressure of trying to come up with the right terminology. But it's like a counter effect, or something very similar to a counter effect. Anyway, I think you know what I mean. Whereby, despite then suddenly thinking that that's the problem, that's the danger. You suddenly start thinking you know it all, and then your ego starts taking over, and you start feeling very clever, and you start to think like these occultists. You start to look at the other people in the world as being sheep, and you start to hate them for their cowardice as well. And, you know, as I did, I'll admit it, like during 2020, I said, all right, yeah, no, these people, even if you could save them from themselves, they don't deserve it. Because as we can see, is how spiteful they are, how willing they are to use whatever power they think they've been given over others. Like even if it's just to bar somebody from a coffee shop or from a supermarket, or from a restaurant or a pub. These people who kind of have low-level jobs, but all of a sudden now you think they were nice people, humble people, but they weren't. You can see what they would be like if they had power. And so then you have to, if you hate that kind of attitude or that kind of behavior, then you have to be very careful about hating them too. I'm not trying to be all lovely and nice and love your neighbor, not at all. But if you allow the ego to take over and say, I'm better than them because I know all this stuff, I've discovered their plans. Well, it's like a magnet that you think you're getting close to something and you think you're repelling something the closer you get, but then you can just be flipped over at the last second and then bang, and then you're stuck to the thing. I don't know if that analogy works too well, but hopefully it kind of gets somewhere to kind of show how you can get 99% of the way there, and you think you're getting out clean, and then the ego takes over. You think, I've done it, by Jove, I've done it. And then that's how the devil gets into you, through your ego. And that's how all of these people on earth who are expert manipulators then come up to you and go, I knew you were one of the special ones. You're basically like Neo out of the Matrix. You're a king amongst men. I could see right away you were a man of substance, and then you start going, yeah, I suppose I am really. And that's how they get into you, with the flattery, all the sweet little words. And that'll be, I won't say your, but it would be my undoing. It could be anybody's undoing. Geez, I'd better move on. But anyway, why did I mention this? It was because of Mr. Green. And he was showing how there's this preloading of these ideas. And like, it's very, very obvious, right? Although, as he said, look, a lot of people will say, oh, come on now, the Twin Towers, like they were in the skyline, very prominent. Why wouldn't you make a movie about it and all this? There's just so many of it, or so much of it in all the movies. And apart from the modern ones, let's say, pretty much every movie, even if the director or the actors don't quite fully realize it, I mean, everything's compartmentalized and on a need-to-know basis. But there is very clearly an intelligence behind this thing. And they would have to sort of say, even if you don't like Christianity, or you don't like the idea of God and the devil, as a metaphor, you would have to accept that the higher and higher you go looking for people who know everything, the less and less people it's going to be. And you have to sort of say, well, I mean, if it's these extremely rich families, like, how can they be executing their plans over several generations? Like putting this in a movie in Superman in the 80s and talking about demolitions that are controlled and having 9/11 on the clock, and I'm just popping out Lois and flies around the Twin Towers and all this kind of stuff. And saying things like, don't worry, Lois, I'll pay for it all. But talking about the pizza, but then you're kind of going, why would he say that? And he very deliberately stopped to say that. And you realize, okay, these are just throwaway lines, but they're not at the same time. They've definitely been preloading our minds with all these phrases. Maybe he said something like pre-acceptance, or anyway, preconditioning, pre-acceptance. You'll see it. Damn it, I forget now. And of course, listening to Michael A. Hoffman there, when you listen to him now, knowing what we know now, you kind of go, like, it's like he knew, and he kind of did, because truth is timeless as well. Damn it, look, I better get on with things. Sorry if I did labor the point a bit. But it's just, I guess when you sort of said the untold history shows how unprepared we were for 9/11, I agree with you, but at the same time, we were very prepared. We were primed and we were charged. You know what I mean? But look, sorry about if I'm being flippant at all with that, when you're talking about your brother-in-law was a firefighter there in New York who had been advocating for a helicopter. Like, and just to remind you, I think there was a few things I forgot to say, but just to remind you, they were running a simulation of what happened while it happened. Again, by coincidence. But look, we all know, we've all been down these rabbit holes. I was thinking about putting James Corbett's summary, 5-minute summary of the story we're supposed to believe, and showing how just stating it as they want us to believe, it's nonsense. Who would believe any of it? But I guess the point, as Matt from Quantum of Conscience would say, is like they kind of want you to spend your whole life picking apart this stuff. And on the one hand, thinking you're cleverer than the sheep who just go about their business and accept it all. And on the other hand, pulling your hair out, and all of us arguing amongst each other saying, well, there was no planes, just holograms. Well, there were planes, but they were radio controlled or whatever. There were missiles, not planes, etc., etc. Or it didn't really happen. It was only on TV. And look, I think I pretty much do agree that kind of isn't getting us anywhere, but we can all agree that whatever they're telling us, like, the official story is never it. I'll just say then as well, before, in case I forget, in the community post I linked Jimmy Dore, and he has that James Corbett clip in it, and he was talking to a fella from Fairbanks, Alaska, who was asked to look into it from a scientific point of view. And he sort of made a sort of a pact or an oath or some kind of, put himself under some kind of constraint not to make any or not to come to any political conclusions as to why somebody did anything, like not to infer motivations as to what was happening. And he just sort of said, I'll tell you what didn't cause it. I'll go that far with regard to the seventh building. Or it's not Solomon. I think it's Salomon building. I think the guy who either owned the building or had the office, the major part of the offices of the building. Either he was called Solomon or his company was called Salomon. Maybe both. And the whole BBC reporting of that. I mean, it's insane. That's all in it as well. And the Fairbanks guy is talking about it from an engineering point of view. I mean, of course, it'll come as no surprise to you that, as far as he's concerned, like, there's absolutely no way that building just went, oh, I think I got damaged in sympathy, so I'll just fall down as well. And as we know, most normies don't even know to this day that Building 7 fell down. So they don't care either. So, I mean, if you told them that they go, oh, listen, there's probably a perfectly logical explanation for that. I don't know what it is, but I'm sure I could ask a government guy and he'd tell me. Right. I'll get on anyway. I mentioned that, but I've got that linked in my community post from today. And if you haven't seen it, I think like I benefited from going back today again and looking at it again. And Jimmy Dore is able to say a lot of stuff. I don't know how he's able to do it. I'm not saying it's 100% good or that he's in some club. He seems very sincere to me, but again, I don't trust him 100%, but he's very good. Anyway, Vingo says, I say so much unimportant stuff. No need to read it. All right. No, that's all right. Yeah, well, just as I say it, Alan says, no one died, no one got hurt. I don't know. But what I will say is that, like, some people do claim, they say, oh, like Lily is saying, like, my brother-in-law was a firefighter there on the day. I'm not going to say then, like, I believe what Lily is saying. She hasn't given us any more detail than that. But what I will say is I'll never be shamed, like, into just like, I won't mention this, right? Because I like to keep it to one electric rail per stream if possible. There's something else that happened during the middle of the 20th century. They tell us that it happened. And if you doubt that it happened, then they say, oh, you're disrespecting all those who died in it, right? And that is, shaming people 101 into not using their own minds, into self-censoring their own thoughts. And I'll never allow that to happen. So the more somebody tells me, like, oh, my brother, my father, my sister died in that, then I'll go, all right, well, sorry for your loss, but it's not going to affect the way that I conduct investigations into anything. You know what I mean? So I think we can compromise on that. Yeah, so he says it was a good show. That's about it. I would say I've pretty much come to a conclusion that another universal law can be that a lot of these things aren't mutually exclusive, and reality is stranger than we thought. And things can have literally happened, and they can also be a metaphorical thing, and they can also be a pyrotechnic stage show. In the same way as there's the theater of war. Like, for example, I don't want to give you a for example. Pretty much every war has been a fabrication of motivations and reasons and stories as to why we went to war, had to go to war. You look back at it afterwards, after the fog of war clears, and you're going to go, that was all insane. Didn't even make any sense. Neither how it started nor how it ended. It was all fiction. But real people did die. So things like that aren't mutually exclusive. Now, sorry, I'm way behind. Can I scroll back there? Freya, I think I haven't seen you in a while. I think I used to see on Lisa Gentile's videos in the comments there. So she says, I would have guessed late 70s. From the picture. Yeah, could be indeed. Stephen Crumley says, me too, Jack. It's because we understand how impossible it would have been to disintegrate all those. Well, I'll say steel. And what's WF beams? Damn it! Why do I not know what that is? And channels and gussets. Okay. Exactly. Ah, yes, we know that plan, all right. Again, I'll just try to keep it to one controversial topic per stream, you know. Phrases, yes, instilled in him by his girlfriend's father. What was that? I forget now. Sorry if I'm forgetting what you're referring to there. The amount of SH1T in the sky today in Tennessee is unbelievable. Sorry to hear that, Stephen. It's been okay. Jan Jacksway, sky's been clear enough. Yeah, I'll have to stop reading at your irrelevant chats, including this one, I presume, and you're crying about it. Right, I'll scroll on and just see. No, well, listen, I'm going to put this up here. I have a CRT TV. That's cathode ray tube, by the way, in case any of the young ones mightn't know, to play Nintendo 64 on once a year or every other year. And I do understand that some of the consoles and games were designed to take advantage of the way the pixels are displayed, and they bleed into each other on CRTs. And that there might be more of a persistence of vision in it. There's Slowboy. Hello, Slowboy. Hello, Kristen. And you should have noticed decades ago, says, ooh, streaming. Who are you again? Are you somebody who subscribed recently or just changed your name? I recognize it anyway, but I consider it an admonishment. You know, it's not as if I just suddenly started noticing at some point. It was a gradual process. And I can't say when I noticed everything. There are certainly concentric circles and layers of noticing. But to any younger people who are in their teens, if you happen to be listening, I doubt it, or in their 20s, I would say keeping a diary in whatever form it is, audio or otherwise. Don't worry about them listening into you. Don't worry about somebody else reading it. I wish I knew then how much I'd like to read my thoughts from when I was a teenager. I mean, I have one or two things, letters, and 1 or 2 days of a diary, and then gave up, that kind of way. But what I will say is, even listening to some of my videos from whatever it is 4 years ago, I'm sort of like, oh, right, okay, that wasn't too bad. I'm not trying to praise myself, but I'm sort of saying, all right, okay. Yeah, no, I was all right then. Yeah, I kind of did know then. Yeah, all right, no, fair enough. Yeah, So there's something nice about seeing how you've changed, but you've stayed the same, if you know what I mean. So ever just popping stuff on, I should read ahead a bit. Alan Hargreaves says, I'm not big on nostalgia at all, but older stuff is better. Movies, music, etc. Oh, of course, yeah. Nostalgia ain't what it used to be. D. Zerda says, then they create more laws to limit our supposed freedoms, and those laws do not apply to them. Exactly. Absolutely. It's rules for us, but not for them. No problem. And that's part of the whole thing for sure. You changed your okay. I just trying not to put up stuff that is just between chat. Now I've been going for an hour. Good God, I better get through these, and I'll put up a link if anyone wants to come up and talk. Vingo is asking, you should have noticed decades ago. You were in New York on that day, Manhattan even. Stephen says, never forge Green Atom physically. Went to... Yeah, I know, yeah. Went to Really Is for 2 weeks, 5 to 7 years ago. Anyone else ever been there? I sure haven't. Well, I mean, I know that he went there with another fella called, oh God, why do I forget his name? But his channel is called Blackstone Intelligence. I think that they went there to have a look for themselves at what is what. And I'll tell you this, I mean, I've only been on X now for, I joined up maybe back in, I don't know, it could be April, something like that, but I really started using it about a month or two ago. And I want to understand as much as I can about the people that cannot be particularly mentioned. And so I listen to their streams and I listen to what they say to each other. And I want to learn about them. I mean, you have to know your enemy. if you want to figure out how to oppose them, you have to know what they're talking about, what makes them tick. And so, like, part of understanding them is to go to where they are and look at what they revere and what they're doing, seeing it with your own eyes instead of just videos. So, I mean, just because they went there, like, that's not evidence that he's a bad guy. And definitely, if you haven't listened to him, like, definitely listen to what he's saying, because, again, you don't have to accept anything he's saying. And you know, like, maybe even a lot of people might think that, like, his most controversial thing is that he thinks that, I can't even say this, but I'll say it as much as I think that I can here. He is saying that Christianity is not a good thing because it's an invention of them and it's a way that they control us, right? And, like, that is true to a point, but it wouldn't matter what anybody believed. Like, in any belief system, there are Achilles' heels. There are chinks in the armor of any belief system, or any belief can be twisted in order to change the context of it just slightly so that it becomes a liability rather than an asset. So I would not throw out Christianity, even if it were proven that they did create it, intended as a psychological weapon for the rest of us that they want to control. Even if that was the case, they don't have control over our thoughts. We can think of things and interpret things the way we want. And I certainly would not throw out the Bible, Old or New Testament, just because, even if they wrote it, and I don't believe that they did. But it doesn't matter what I believe. I would just sort of say everybody needs to just use their own mind, listen to whoever, and use your own critical filters, you know. But look, you understand. I'm not criticizing you, Stephen. I'm just putting what I hope is a bit of a balance to what you're saying. And I don't even necessarily think that you're saying he's a bad guy. But, you know, the way a lot of people say, oh, no, don't listen to him. He's no good. He's a shill or whatever, you know. I've listened to him a bit now, and I think he's worth listening to. But, of course, everybody needs to be the guardians of their own mind, you know. Finkel says, I'd rather visit Best Korea. Again, like, if you went there, it doesn't mean you're an ultra commie. You might just want to see things with your own eyes and see what's going on. Or just the suspects, just the suspects. Wow. Okay, so you saw it with your own eyes. So you can say you didn't see it on TV. So at least you can say what you saw with your own eyes. Now, again, still, I mean, you can watch a magic trick or a magician live, and you might not have a vantage point as good as on TV. But I'm not saying we did see it better if any of us who saw it on TV. And to be honest, I heard it first on radio, reported by some BBC radio station. And in my mind, the first thing I thought of was JFK Jr.'s plane crashing into the side of a building, because that had happened, I think, in the 90s, late 90s. Maybe it was 1999 or 1998. That's what I thought of. And I'm pretty sure as well that the BBC did imply that it was a light plane, like a propeller aircraft. And then they came back to us later and they said, oh, no, actually, it turned out it was this other thing, which is ridiculous. But of course, the BBC reported at length, at quite some length, that Tower 7 had fallen about 20 minutes or so before it did, which, of course, makes no sense. But anyway, but in my imagination, it filled in, you know, as far as I was concerned, this is it, boys. This is war. Like Nena 99 Luftballon. I really did think, oh, okay, right, okay. So it's New York now, London next, Paris, you know, and the nukes will be going off like by this evening or tomorrow for sure. That's what I thought it was, you know, and they wanted it. They knew that we would form these opinions in our minds. Dux has never been. I remember him getting roasted in his own live chats for going. Right, okay. But I mean, look, I'm not here to defend him. I'm just sort of saying, you know, the way people are. A lot of people will kind of go, "Oh God, this happened," and then they go, oh, "He's a shill," he's, you know, etc., etc. Who can really know the motivations of anyone's mind? You know, what's in their mind. You know, I'm not defending him. I'm just saying, don't discount anything either. You know, neither believe nor discount anything anyone says. Vingel says, must have been quite an experience. I was 9 years old. My brother and I took the train in Oslo to my father's office. I remember the precise street corner where he told us something had happened. Okay. Vingol, which one of these are not worth reading out? I think we watched the second plane live on a meeting room TV. Yeah, I think that was what a lot of people did as well. Yeah. Then you wherever you are, you try and get to somewhere that has a TV. You say, switch on the TV if it isn't on already. You run into a place and say, have you heard? Did you switch on the TV? Why? What's going on? You just switch it on, you know? And of course, you know, back then, much more so. I mean, there was the internet, of course, but like it was dial up and it wasn't the go-to place for the news. You switched on the telly. It was instant and they were the de facto source of information. Neuro-linguistic programming, that's absolutely a term for it. Slow boy, thanks for that. NLP. There was this new term that I hadn't heard of before anyway, pre-something or other. But yeah, for sure, that's it anyway. Hypnosis, neuro-linguistic programming. The hidden hand, yes, definitely. Says Krishnan Resurrection. Vingo says, not a very interesting story or anything. Lol. Look, but it's peculiar how strong of a memory it is. I mean, I'll state it just in case. I thought might have been too obvious to say in the beginning. Like that was our generation, or you know, few generations. That was our JFK. That was our November 22nd, 1963. You know, and like I was. Like I have been, you know, when I grew up, like I wasn't alive when JFK was shot. But when I grew up, like I mean, I'd heard of JFK, but I didn't care about like old men in grey, black and white photographs. I cared about my friends and living life in color, and modernity and technology and what was on TV now. You know, I cared about the A-Team and the Fall Guy and Knight Rider. You know, I didn't care about like some guy in the black and white days who did something and. Maybe I would have asked, like, oh, so what happened to him? Oh, he was shot. Oh, why did they shoot him? Don't know. Maybe they gave me some answer, like, oh, you know, sometimes people don't like a politician or whatever, you know, they disagree with his policies. Oh, okay. Okay. Boring, you know. But at the same time, as I grew up, you know, in later life, I have felt extremely angry that somebody didn't sit me down as soon as I had some sense and say, listen, the people who did that are still in power. And we are at war. And I'm sorry to tell you, but the world is a terrifying and frightening place, and it is in control currently in the hands of those people who were able to, in broad daylight, assassinate the leader, supposedly, of the free world. So either these people are much more powerful than he is, or he isn't the leader of the free world, and everything is a fiction that we just choose to live in because we're all too frightened to do anything about it. We hope they'll leave us alone if we just keep the head down. Like, I wish somebody had given me some primer like that. But maybe if there was people who were 10 years old in 2011, I didn't feel the need to run up to any children and say, here, listen, the people who did this whole plane into a towers thing, we most of us now who've been thinking for a while, we don't really think it was these fellows with box cutters from the Middle East. Well, maybe they were from the Middle East, but maybe they weren't exactly from where we were told they were from. And we think it was either an inside job or it was a collective job, just like the whole JFK was. I mean, exactly the same people did it. It was an inside job, but it was an outside job, if you know what I mean. Wink, wink, oi, oi. You know, nudge, nudge, say no more. Because we can't really even say the really is country, can we? What I can tell you is, I suppose I'll say this to you, right? Meyer Lansky, of the mafia, well, he wasn't Italian. I mean, I wish that had been impressed upon me when I was younger. And apparently he sent a basket of flowers to David Ben-Gurion, the founding father, first prime minister of that country that really is. And he sent some kind of gift basket. This not so Italian mafia boss, on the day that JFK was shot, and said something along the lines of, congratulations, you know, the path is clear now, or the job is done, or, you know, Elvis has left the building, something along those lines. I can't remember what the note was. Of course, you could read it and say, no, it's just innocent note, coincidence. But it's never a coincidence with these people. And so that's what I say, like, there you are, inside job, but an outside job. Same dealio with these people, and they never are brought to justice. What are you talking about? But part of the revelation for us, oh God, it's these people, is the horror of it and how everything that we've ever been told has been a lie, or we've been lied to by omission. And, it does tend to paralyze or petrify you when you realize the enormity of the actual conspiracies that do occur. And then, of course, they try and gaslight you and say, be like the normal people or we'll call you crazy. Put the head down again. And if you keep persisting, we might actually come to take you away. Ha ha. The men in white coats. I better get on here. Listen, I'm really grateful for all the comments. And you should have noticed decades ago, says, it's crazy to me that people in Europe were paying attention, though I know you were. Oh, yeah. Oh, for sure. Listen, I mean, a thing that I'm not one to criticize Americans, because I've always looked to America and loved America, meaning, the USA, but also Canada. And I can tell you, I've said this before, but this does bear repeating. Most people in the UK and Ireland did look, even if they wouldn't want to admit it, they did look to America and think everything was better and cooler and more just, fun and enjoyable. And, everything was just great over there. Whereas people in America would look to Ireland, England, and kind of go, the old sod. All right, I hail from Buckinghamshire myself, or, I'm from Tipperary, or wherever, my great-grandfather came out from Cork. And they have this idealized notion about where they might have come from, in the same way as we have an idealized notion about the American dream. You're living over there and you're kind of going, it's not the American dream, as George Carlin would have said. It's a nightmare. So anyway, look, I won't wax on too much about that, but certainly we always had eyes in America. And there was even a song there that I really liked that came out sometime in the first decade of this 21st century. And it was All My Life. Something like, I think it's just All My Life looking for America, or looking to America, something like that. Can't remember the name of the band, but anyway, really spoke to me, that lyric, and because it's true. So we always were. Oh yeah. And sure, even in my grandfather's day, they would have said things like that phrase, if America sneezes, the rest of the world catches a cold. A lot of people in America still don't know, and it took me a while to realize, we have been living quite literally in the American empire since the Bretton Woods Agreement of 1944. Like, that was the date that it was made official, that Britain sort of said, yeah, we hand off the empire to America. You are now officially the custodian of the Western Empire. And it's a bit like pass the parcel, here, but it's a poison chalice. You hold this, it's a bit like, maybe if I'm mixing my metaphors again, like, this empire will self-destruct in 50 years. So you can be left holding the baby, right? Here, you have it, America. You know what I mean? So you can see, like, nobody's better than anybody. Anyway, we certainly were absolutely looking at what was happening in America. And many of us, myself included, would have thought that New York was really the capital of America, even if it's Washington, D.C., technically. But certainly financial capital. We would have looked to New York and said, yeah. But again, if you think of financial capital, who really is in charge of the finances there, All right, look, another deviation and a tangent. And I keep saying I'll bring somebody up. If anybody is interested, I was on my first job, says you should have noticed, decades ago. 18 years old. It was me and my co-worker. Yeah. And again, because similar to JFK, the previous generation, everyone remembered where they were when they heard that JFK was shot. And I don't think any of us will forget where we were when we heard a plane flew into the Twin Towers, and realized then that it was not a simple light aircraft or biplane. Speaking in tongues, it's in Krishnan, yeah. Secret language, yes. The Matrix is the Star of David. Okay. Yeah. So, Vin, I'll read this out, Vingol. You said, even though I'm still looking for a comment of yours that is worth skipping over, you said, yeah, it was as if it affected us almost directly. Well, it did affect us directly. Like, as I say, the purpose was to traumatize us all, to shock us. And that is trauma. How you have to do it if you want to trauma-based mind control people. So they figured out quite a while ago. They don't need LSD. Like, you don't have to be crazy to live here, but it helps. You don't have to be blown up in a building to be traumatized. You just have to see it, and that's why and how the movies do have an effect on people. Even music, even words that you hear, they have an effect on your psyche. Paintings, ugly buildings, environment, whatever it is, whatever you see and hear, has an effect on you. Music, poetry, prose, you think it doesn't, but it does. So even as a child, I understood we, as a civilization, was being attacked, right or wrong. That was the impression. Well, you are right, I'm going to say, just maybe not in exactly the way that you thought. Go on here. By using the power of the ruler of the airwaves, I suppose. D. Zerda says, truth is defined as faith, belief. I'm not sure if you're capitalizing certain letters there to say something a bit more. Well, truth, I was going to say, like, our reality. I was thinking earlier today, if we say history is a lie agreed upon, then our reality is a conceit that we all kind of tacitly agree to. It's a sort of a fictionalized version of reality that we accept as being our society. And I don't know exactly what it is that brought all of us out of that slumber, or the matrix, or that conceit, that shared illusion or shared lie. But it's like, when you're in a dream, you kind of go, oh, listen, this is too preposterous, and then you wake up. Or maybe if we kind of say this reality is not just too unbelievable, you kind of say, like, I'm just not going to tolerate this anymore. This is too many lies. It's actually easier for me to just, and I did say to the universe, like, one time, I want to know all the terrible truths, no matter how unpleasant it is, and it's a tough road, but it's easier, I suppose, for a lot of people just to go along with the flow, to believe the calming, the seductive lies. It's the easier thing to do. It's harder to face the ugly truth, but we do it because we value truth. And we don't like the ugliness of all those lies, having to pretend that it's true. I'll skip on a bit now. Krishna says, some or same people write the Hollywood movie scripts as the Holy Bible. Yes, but maybe. But I said already, I'm not convinced by any means that those people wrote the Bible. And even if so, then you'd have to define who those people are. And they're not the same people then as they were, certainly from the late 1600s onwards, and certainly not from the middle of the 20th century onwards. So, you get into definitions there that are shifting anyway. But even if it was, I wouldn't throw out all the Hollywood movies either. Like, there is truth in them, It's just how you look at it and how you let it affect you. Yeah, so it really was an attack on all of us, every Western person. Yeah. Nuevo Laredo, previously known, if you don't mind me saying, as Jesus is Luke Skywalker. He's in Australia there. Don't know if he's on the east or the west, but it'll be early for him either which way. He's saying, great live there, appreciate it. And I hope you're doing all right. I know you've got a problem with your neck that maybe will never be right, but I hope you'll have some pain relief anyway. D says, Christian and resurrection. Yeah, yep. Myths. Yeah, myths. Yeah, but just bear in mind that a myth isn't, like, they twisted the meaning of that to make us think that it means something that didn't happen. It means legend, and a mythos in Greek is something that is a foundational story of a people. It doesn't mean that it's fiction. They just made us think that that's what it means. It doesn't. And by the way, definitely things can be a metaphor as well as an accurate depiction of something that really did happen in reality. Okay, I keep saying I'll skip on. Have I caught up yet? Nearly. Oh, I love having this problem now. There's too many things to go through. D. Zerda says, nice photo of the Twin Towers. One is gold and one is silver. The silver and golden gates. Thanks for pointing that out. Yeah, absolutely. Very good. So much different ways of looking at something. System Planning Corporation, Flight Termination Systems, says Stephen. D. Zerda says, gold for the sun and silver for the moon. Salomon. Oh, that's excellent. Excellent. And if you listen to the whole thing there, which I'll link later, from Michael A. Hoffman, I do believe he talks about the marriage of the sun and the moon, which is definitely one of those, what's the best word for it? Occultic rites or rituals, symbolic rituals. And in one of the videos that I did roughly a year ago now, I think, of depicting David Hoffman's thing and the JPL, Jack Parsons stuff, and, bringing in the whole, like, it doesn't matter for the moment, set aside whether they really did send somebody to the moon or a rocket or whatever. They claim that they did, and that's the story. That's their sort of mythos. And they claim also that the lander was called the Phoenix. And of course, like the Phoenix, you don't need to be told, like the Phoenix rising from the ashes, the flames, and all this kind of thing. That's the sort of Masonic or Illuminati symbolism. Well, or more than that, Mystery Babylon stuff. They claim anyway that the lander, which they called Phoenix, but I know that it could be the eagle. But anyway, look, whichever bird of prey on fire, they jettisoned it to the towards the sun, and they claim it landed in the sun. I mean, in their story, that's anyway, even if it didn't happen in reality. So, I mean, that's definitely, their way of sort of saying, like, yes, we have married the sun and the moon by doing that. And so, like, that's certainly, absolutely, like, you can read, like, whether you think it's true or not that they did any of it, like, that's the symbology they certainly believe in. So, Salomon, that's excellent. And one looks silver, one looks gold of the towers. Yeah. Because it always has to be between the two pillars, the two poles, the opposites coming together, all this sort of stuff. Yeah. And again, like, what does it mean? Well, it kind of means nothing as well. Who gives a crap, right? But they're into it. And we shouldn't just dismiss it either. But neither become fixated on it, because that's what they want too. Jack says, destroyed the two pillars in Solomon's temple in one whack. Impressive psyop. Big time. Nice one, Jack. And then rebuild the temple. Yes, and you'll hear, even in 1987, Mr. Hoffman there talking about how that's their plan. And, recently they brought the red heifers there, and they're doing the thing and whatever. I don't know what the latest is in the red heifers, but yeah, definitely. And they've got all the bricks and blocks ready to go with the temple. And they've got some technicality where they can build a temple, 200 feet, or I don't know exactly how far it is, but let's say 200 feet off to the east or the west or something. They put a gangplank, and then technically they're within the letter of the law. They love gerrymandering the law and doing these torturous legal interpretations where they can say technically we're doing what we're supposed to do. Dezerda says every war is simply a deconstruction so that they can rebuild with new technology. Yes. Nuevo Laredo says Caligula was insane. Are we dealing with a nutcase? Ruler. Well, yeah. I mean, it wasn't he the guy who made his horse a senator or something like that. But maybe he was just kind of saying, listen, maybe there was a Joe Biden character there, and everyone knew like that he wasn't, compos mentis enough to be in charge of anything. So he's saying, listen, if you can make him a senator, or a president or whatever, then maybe I'll make my horse one. What difference does it make at this stage? As Hillary Clinton might say. I wonder who that was in medieval times. Or not medieval times, Roman times. You should have noticed decades ago, says, my next shot won't miss. It's my other channel. Yes, now I think I do know who you are there. Fair play to you. Freya says, most of us here met during Lisa's glorious days. Wave to all. Nice one. Jeez, am I that far behind? Good God. Lily says, I've been in the World Trade Center. I had friends working there. My sister was supposed to go to a meeting at Windows on the World that morning, but she was late. Wow, so many people have those kind of stories that are just divine intervention. But something, I'll say this, right? Something that Adam mentioned in his stream, and he was referencing somebody else who had apparently the proof, was that there was, and you probably heard of this before, but I don't think I'd heard of the name of the app. There was a Really Is app where they communicated in Bruhi, and it told people 2 hours beforehand, or up to 2 or during 2 hours beforehand, they said, do not go near that area. And it set it to Really Is people. And I think they said that the app was Oglin. He didn't say how it was spelled, but to me, it sounded like it was spelled something like Oglin, something like that. So maybe you can look that up. To me, like that is like something that we could look up and verify and that kind of thing. You know, again, like not as if we don't know that there weren't underhanded things going on by people in the know, but again, the question then is asked: well, why would they want to protect their own people, etc., etc. Freya says, presumably Lisa's channel still exists, but she has emptied it. Okay. I think she still has a channel on BitChute, but I don't think she has been on it in a while, nor Odyssey. Vingul says, wow, there are so many stories about people being late. Good thing. Yeah. Right. Sorry, I should be reading ahead and skipping on this kind of thing. Lily says, my brother-in-law had the day off. By the time he got to his firehouse, all the trucks were gone and 2 shifts of men. They all died. So I take it that means your brother-in-law was saved or spared because he couldn't get it to where the Ground Zero was. I'll say that because that was mentioned, I think, in Superman. But anyway. Right. I'll try and catch up now. Well, I'm not really. Doc says green is a honeypot. Okay, but again, everybody needs to, I will say again, even though I'm probably miles behind now, just not place their trust fully in anyone. I was very disappointed with Amazing Polly today, and I've seen some videos of her 7 years ago, and the way she was acting, I was not impressed. It's just amazing. But anyway, never place your faith in man nor woman. If you get to know them, they'll always disappoint you in some way, unfortunately. But we have a duty to do what we can to save humanity from itself. And I'm not trying to be all, vainglorious here. I just mean we can't be too pessimistic. I have been very pessimistic. I've agreed with that robot Bender from Futurama, what he said to do with all humans, right? I figured well, a computer would say, if you want to end human suffering, well, the easiest way to do that is to end human, like Bill Gates said, if we want to reduce carbon output, just reduce one of these variables in this equation here, and the human factor was one of those variables. Very pithy, but that's pretty much the calculation there. But it's a trivial answer, and that is not an answer that should be acceptable to any of us. So we have to just do our part, not get black-pilled, as they say. I've been wallowing in self-pity for a long time, and I've also been saying, listen, I would climb up onto my portable crucifix if it would help matters, but I don't see that, there's a race worth dying for. Everybody's just pathetic and selfish and disloyal and treacherous, backstabbing. And ultimately, what good is there in the world? But and just actually, it's not that I'm putting my faith in God. I'm putting my faith in humanity. That maybe at some point in the future there'll be good people born, and our little trials and tribulations here will seem like nothing, but it will have been absolutely worth it. You know what I mean? I hope that came out without sounding arrogant or anything like that. Did I put this up already? The dangerous thing about Christianity, says Freya, is that it makes people focus on the hereafter and not worry about their country. It was what made the Romans unable to recruit their own people for the legions. I agree, absolutely. So many Christians just have, I'll say disappoint me, because they just think, as long as I do whatever I need to do here to save me a good seat in heaven, then that's all that matters. And as far as I'm concerned, that's just an extremely selfish point of view. And they just, they'll find something in the Bible or that Jesus said to back that up, that point of view. But I don't think that's being Jesus-like at all. It's not sacrificing yourself for the good of others. Alan says, legitimate question. You can only say someone died if you yourself saw the dead bodies. Yeah. And even then, how can you be sure? How can we be sure about anything? Everything is based on a balance of probabilities. And we can only do our best. I would say, look, the best thing in life, and I don't know where I heard this, was something coming out of maybe, Macedonia or Greek or something like this. And they had basically come to the conclusion that I have now as well. You can know all the stuff in the world and it doesn't really make any difference. The more you know, the more clever you might be tempted to think that you are. And then what's it all for anyway? Everybody actually knows everything. It's just coming around to realizing these things. And you're better off in this world not knowing very much, but just not lying, speaking whatever you know as the truth, being as humble as you can be, not letting the ego inflate itself. And that sort of phrase, like, where they'd sort of say, if you can't be safe, be good, or something else. Anyway, what will save you is, and it's not just like saving your soul, is just trying to be an honest, decent, good person, staying humble. And you don't really need to know much then, I know, I'm not preaching at you, but that's the thing. We go scrabbling around, and I am always fascinated with what's the next thing to know. And yeah, I'm continuously learning. But it kind of is all for nothing, because it's all just points in the same direction. You're better off just being honest and trying to be decent to people. And that's about all you need to know. But it takes a while to come to these realizations. Freya says they also made it easy for Arabs to conquer Mina. Okay. Books written, says D. Zerda, by Professor Carl Ruck, a PhD classicist, will give you a very alternate view of the Black Book. Okay. Sorry, what are you saying is the Black Book there? I'm probably being a bit slow there. Alan says, I know someone who knows someone who... Okay, yes. A lot of things are hearsay. Damn it. I got to move on because I'm too far behind. I'll just look for longer messages now. I had seen 2 controlled demos on large buildings prior to that. They dropped exactly like the controlled ones. Oh, yeah, for sure. Stephen says, I was at work when it happened. The first one had hit, and while we were in the break room, the supposed second hit, the news channel we were watching didn't catch or even see a plane on the second. Oh, okay. Well, as far as I remember, the first one wasn't caught or wasn't shown on the news. And I'm not sure to this day if the first one was. No, it was. The story was there was people out there just filming or taking photographs for something else. There was a film crew doing something else. That was the story, wasn't it? Leonard Cohen, says Vingol. Yeah. Oh, I've thought of the lyrics of that song as well. First we take Manhattan, then we take Berlin. Yeah, absolutely. And of course his name would be Cohen, wouldn't it? And of course he massively is one of them, yeah. But Cohen is the priest class, as far as I understand it anyway. Well, there you are. First we take Manhattan, then we take Berlin. It was the other way around, but fair enough, Leonard. Yeah. Although you can look at it both ways for sure. Like they traumatized America first, and then just in very modern times with 9/11. And then they came over maybe to, I know the financial sort of capital in Germany is Frankfurt, but maybe looking over to Germany, they controlled the EU from Germany. Like from, I think there was a Gerhard something, or not Schroeder, but a Gerhard something or other, who says he's a Christian, but I think Berlusconi knows that he isn't, and he was the president of the EU there for quite some time, or the EU Parliament or whatever they call it. So you could look at it that way. But also in World War II, you could say, first we owned the banks in Manhattan, and then you take Berlin because you own those banks or whatever. Oh, look, it doesn't matter. Deserter says, how many times can they use the story of finding pristine passports in a supposed catastrophe to blame the boogeyman or bogeyman? Absolutely, of course, yeah. It's amazing, and that's how they laugh at us as well. That, okay, if you believe this, it's on you. The planes were at it. Okay, well, look, those are the standard kind of things we argue about. D says, Knight Rider, JFK, all just characters in a script. Yeah. Vingo says, our national "where were you" moment is where were you when Odvar Bra, is that how you say it? I don't know how to pronounce that diacritic there. Bra is when Odvar Bra broke his skiing pole. Cross-country skier in 1982. Quite literally our 9/11, lol. That's brilliant, Vingo. In advance of news bulletins, says Alan Hargreaves. Okay. Yes, Fingal, not literally. I know. D says, my motto is not make idols out of any character projected into my consciousness. Oh, well, that's a very good mental prophylactic, if I might say. Like, damn it, I've scrolled a bit too far. Look, maybe I'll leave it at that. Wind War says, hello, Wind War. He says, Jack, sorry I missed your last live stream. I watched it and it was a killer live stream as always. Come on now, D. Cut it out with that. You know what I mean? They do, but that's something that people need to understand, right? I'll tell you this, right? This bears repeating. Lenny Kravitz, right? A black guy. He wrote that song, Mr. Cab Driver. I thought it was a great song, and he sung it, Mr. Cab Driver, and I thought, it's a great song because he's saying F you in it. I'm a survivor. He says, I'm a survivor. He literally says that because the cab driver wouldn't stop for him in New York because he's had bad experiences with people who look like him. And he says, damn you, Mr. Cab Driver. You didn't stop for me. But I'm a survivor. I survived that time where the taxi driver went past him in New York and picked up somebody else. Must because he's been persecuted. So what I didn't realize was, yes, he indeed is one of them. And he married Lisa Bonet, or maybe he didn't marry her, but he had a child with her. And Lisa Bonet, who played the eldest daughter, and as far as I thought, beautiful looking girl, best looking of all the Cosby daughters. And she was as well. Yes, she also was one as well. You know exactly what I'm talking about. But you wouldn't think. So these people, they don't just have a single look. They can be exactly like that movie. Oh God, The Thing, right? Not They Live, The Thing. Another John Carpenter movie, The Thing. They can look like anyone. And they have ways of figuring it. Sometimes they recognize each other immediately, and other times they have these things called, I'll say the word in case you don't know it, shibboleth. And that's why you might go, oh, do you know that? Oh, you must be whatever. Even if I was, which I'm not, but even if I was, I mean, if I discovered that my great-great-great-great-great-great-grandmother or grandfather was, I'd say, well, it changes nothing. I still support the truth. Changes nothing. I still don't like whoever they are. And so the reason I know that word is because I learned it by picking up a thing or two by, trying to figure out who are these people and what are they up to? Who are these people? I don't know if that comes across as an impression of Jerry Seinfeld. Who are these people with their shibboleth? And that's what they do. So they have these little words and rituals and insider sort of phrases, and they go, oh, right. Athni and Kito Gala. One beetle recognizes another by the little dance they do in front of each other. So maybe they don't always recognize each other, but I've had to start believing in a lot of supernatural stuff to understand what's going on, Anyway, I keep saying I'm going to skip on. Erastus Turnipseed, good to see you. I think that the child Roths get orders from Natas, I'll say, through an ancient floating, rotating Merkaba during sacrificial ceremonies. Well, you might be right. Wasn't that, I didn't, no, that's a new term on me, Merkaba. Is that the name for the floating godhead that they have? And I think I might have seen it for the first time depicted in South Park. I think that's what you're on about there. And I have come to, basically, I mean, there's only really three options. I won't enumerate them just now, but one of them has to be, yeah, and probably the most likely, is that they are indeed getting their grand plan from Satan, or whatever you'd like to call that entity. Because as I go up the chain of command in any corporation and kind of go, like, who is in charge here? Like, who knows what's going on? Because nobody seems to know what's going on. Like, some people have a very small idea about what they're doing on their desk, and that's it. And they're terrified that it'll be found out that they don't really understand what the company does or what they're trying to do or whatever. And what I found is most people are like that. And they just get their orders and they do what they're told. And you never find the person who knows the whole thing. So I've had to start believing in the idea that experience can be translated to the whole world, you know? I mean, the alternative is that there's these people who are quite content to live for, 60 to 90 years and do whatever they need to do and then pass the baton on and appraise the next guy about exactly what's been happening so far for the last 2,000 years, what they've done, and now what they need to do and what the next guy needs to do. I think that's less plausible than Satan is just telling people what to do and the information is cascading down. There's a couple of other options, but they're all variations in those, really. And you have to consider these outlandish questions or ideas if you want to, consider yourself to be an objective investigator. Alan or D. Zerda says, simply a myth, IMO. How do you get a natural person to give up their own power to idolize? Okay, sorry. Need to go on a little bit. I'll read this out here because, yeah, train wreck is a good analogy. You're on a train track and the train is coming. You get out of the way if you're on a train track. Well, if you can, if you're not paralyzed with fear. A lot of times, like, there's a term for it where you're about to have an accident and you become focused or fixated on the point where the accident will be. And it almost becomes a self-fulfilling, not a prophecy exactly, but determination, outcome determined, predetermined, because you just, again, it's like being petrified. Sorry, I didn't read that out. Tau is Royal Arch Masonry. Is that the Greek letter for the cross? Or maybe it's Tav. My internet went catching up. Okay, thanks, Fingal. He says, I agree. Modern architecture is a weapon in spiritual warfare. Bauhaus architecture, just the block stuff, could be considered that, yeah. My God, we're coming up in 2 hours now. Jack says he was awake to all snaps by 9/11. I can't say that I was, actually. I don't think I was. But I will say that when they started carting away all the iron and the rubble, and then they said, we're going to send it off to China for recycling, I said, yeah, no, that can't be incompetence. Like, they're trying to cover up something there for sure. Like, how is nobody objecting to this most strenuously? Okay, Nuevo saying these from Australia, saying, some say when the king abdicated, he abdicated in 1936. Was that the guy who couldn't speak properly without a stammer? He abdicated in 1936. That was it. Maybe he's talking about when America took over from the British Empire, rather than the Bretton Woods Agreement in 1944, as I said. And he said Elizabeth was never coronated properly. Okay. And I think the reason you're saying that is because she wasn't really sitting on the actual stone from, is it Balmoral Castle? Whichever one it was, anyway, from Scotland, because it had been stolen. So the story goes, by some rebellious students, and they either didn't return it or they couldn't find it in time. They had to use a replacement one, or the one that was replaced was a forgery or something like that. 1930s, yeah, okay. Sorry for being a bit get you now. I'll skip over a few more. I'll just look for the next one. Next longer one. Deezer says, I heard someone say, if you don't know who you are before you die, then you have lost your chance. Yeah, I would say a big part of it is getting to know yourself, getting to understand something about yourself, for sure. It's the inner journey as well as trying to discover about the outside world at the same time, simultaneously. The two work in tandem, really. Jack says, I follow Christ's teachings because he was brave enough to call out the tribe to their faces, and he had the courage of his convictions. I agree. He was a noticer, a public noticer, and he put them on notice, and they couldn't shut him up. Yeah. Oh, sorry. Answer to my question before. The Black Book is the Bible. Okay, fair enough. I didn't know if that's what it was, sort of a universal name for it. It's a code book. Okay. And Jack says, definitely is a code book. Yeah, I mean, like with everything, there's an esoteric and exoteric meaning, or many levels to it, and there's gematria as well. And I think there's definitely something to that gematria for sure. Vingol, look at the Hebrew translation of Freemason. Oh, tell me what that is. I don't think I know that. Deezer says, how about the news reporter stating, yes, that the building 7 had fallen, that they were standing in front of it. Well, the video that I linked there today, that also, like from Jimmy Dore, where he's talking to the professor or engineering doctor or something like that from the University of Fairbanks in Alaska. He also includes the BBC, the story from the BBC about and the footage of them talking about how, oh yeah, it's already fallen, but it hadn't. That was from 20 minutes prior to that, and of course, you know, the female reporter as well, and she's telling us that it has fallen, but you can see it over her shoulder, which is insane. And again, like what's even more like shocking is if we think, no, they deliberately did that just to F with us who noticed it, and that they can be that clever to make them make that mistake, to weaponize their incompetence. Amazing. But anyway. Yeah, so Jack, she read the script, but 20 minutes too soon. Right. We're coming up to 2 minutes, and I think I will take a break. And maybe what I'll do is I might play you a little bit of the Jimmy Dore just for the break, just so you kind of get a flavor of it. I think maybe I'll be able to do that. I'll see if I cue that up while I read this from Jack. Jack says, I'm a different breed of Christian. You ever watch me and it'll be abundantly clear that I'm not the prey. Yes. Woe betide anyone who goes up to Jack thinking that he's I don't know, going to be a pushover in any way because of his respect or belief in Jesus or Christianity. Stephen says definitely was a coincidence to something there. Yeah, lots of coincidences. Baum sounds like a good thing. Hope it is. Or is it just at Erman Baum? I think, yeah. Oh yeah, it's Erwin Baum. There's a guy here locally who produces honey, but unfortunately wasn't able to get much. Okay, much out of his bees this year. Deserta says the grand plan, an archetype from a psychoactive drug, the Eleusinian mysteries, to the Vedics, Soma. Yeah, Soma, I think, is Greek for body, I think, if I remember. Now, I said I'm going to take a bit of a break here. So let's see if I can play this. And I'll just play it from the start. I'll be back to you. I won't play it all the way through because this is about maybe 40 minutes. Something like that. We'll just take 2 minutes of it. And I'll see you in a moment.
So I don't know if you know, but Building 7 was the third building that fell on 9/11. So there was the Twin Towers that they say 2 planes brought them down. And there was another building that a plane didn't hit, but it fell into its own footprint. Let me show you how it happened. So
for the third time today.
And watch this.
It's reminiscent of those pictures we've all seen too much on television before, when a building was deliberately destroyed by well-placed dynamite to knock it down.
And there it is. And that's Dan Rather, literally as it's coming down, falling into its own footprint. He goes, well, those buildings look like when we see a building demolished on television, like it's coming down. I wonder why it looked like that. You know why? Because it was.
Wait, Charlie Sheen, when he said looks to me, he was the same as Dan Rather, Charlie Sheen saying that?
Yes.
Did they actually use the word brought down? And who was it that was telling you this?
The fire department. The fire department.
This is, there it is. These are all different angles. You see all the explosions? So those are all different angles of Building 7 coming down. Here's another one.
Shockwave ripping through the building and the windows all busted out.
Now the interesting thing, here's another version. Here's another angle. Now if you think that building fell into its own footprint because a plane hit another building, I've got a vaccine I'd like to sell you.
Looked like it had been done by a demolition crew. The whole thing just collapsing down on itself.
So I just wanted to show you, this was predicted. So BBC, 20 minutes before that building fell, the BBC did this. Now, this is the only video I could get of it. I'm going to apologize for these graphics being there. But the BBC predicted they were broadcasting in real time, and they said that Building 7 had already fallen. They called it the Salomon building because it was owned by this guy Salomon. So watch this.
Heard a few moments ago was talking about the Salomon Brothers building collapsing, and indeed it has. Apparently that's only a few hundred yards away from where the World Trade Center towers were, and it seems that this was not a result of a new attack. It was because the building had been weakened during this morning's attacks. We'll probably find out more now about that from our correspondent Jane Stanley. Jane, what more can you tell us about the Salomon Brothers building?
Now when they throw it to her, Building 7, the Salomon Brothers building, is still standing over her shoulder, and they're talking as if it had already fallen. So let's watch.
Behind that, there's an empty piece of what was a very familiar New York skyline, a symbol of the financial prosperity of this city, but completely disappeared now, and New York is still unable to take on board what has happened to them today.
Presumably there were very few...
So that was the BBC, and in real time on television, telling you that the Building 7 had already fallen when it hadn't fallen yet.
They didn't know what it was. They didn't know what it was because they're from England, right?
So watch this. So now this is from Alaska. This is a news report debunking that.
Well, it's been a point of controversy now for more than a decade. A researcher now from the University of Alaska Fairbanks is weighing in.
World Trade Center Building 7 was not struck by a plane, but did collapse hours after the Twin Towers. Well, now Dr. Leroy Hulsey, a civil engineering professor at UAF, he led a 4-year study which reevaluates whether Building 7's collapse could have been caused by fire, as was determined by the National Institute for Standards and Technology in 2008. Hulsey says his findings were a resounding no, and his simulations paint a different picture than the federal agencies.
So we virtually simulated the building, and we looked at that analysis, and we also virtually simulated what they did. We couldn't get it to do what they were at. They did.
A group called Architects and Engineers for 9/11 Truth paid for the study. The organization is petitioning Congress to call for a new investigation into the World Trade Center destruction. A spokesperson for the organization says one of its supporters approached Dr. Hulsey about the research, partly because of UAF's reputation.
When we started talking to Dr. Hulsey, it became very clear that the engineering program at University of Alaska Fairbanks was very strong. And Dr. Hulsey was the chair of the department, and he had a lot of experience in modeling structures and doing forensic investigations. And so we thought it was a perfect opportunity for us to move forward.
The study is now open for a 2-month public comment.
So how bad is a job has the establishment been doing? They've done so bad that even normies are looking into what really happened with Building 7. Every major narrative of the United States government is collapsing. like Building 7. And let me bring on Dr. Leroy Hulsey. He is a professor emeritus of structural engineering at the University of Alaska Fairbanks, who has investigated the failure of the World Trade 7 building, Center Trade 7 building, the third building to collapse on September 11th, 2001. A recent study from Dr. Hulsey and his colleagues from the University of Alaska Fairbanks challenges the official explanation for World Trade Center 7's collapse. Welcome to the show.
Thank you.
Right. Well, I'll pause it there because, obviously you can watch that in your own time, and I'll put it into the description of this with the other links. Also, you'll see it in my community post there today as well. I put a link there. I just don't remember how to pin a comment through StreamYard. Maybe it's not possible. I don't know. But I've put a link into the comments there of this StreamYard live stream. If anybody would like to come up, and if you've never done it before, it's easy. You just give permission to the browser to use your camera and microphone, but you can then immediately switch off your camera and microphone, and you can leave your camera switched off and just speak, and that's fine if you'd like to. And what else should I say? Maybe there was something else, but anyway, doesn't matter. Give permission to the browser to use your microphone, and then you can come up and chat if you want as well, if there's something you'd like to say rather than type. As far as that there, like, it was obviously, looking at the comments there, like, it is incredible how anybody could look at that and say, yeah, no, everything's just perfectly normal. What are you talking about? Like, that is just a mistake. They just made a mistake. That's all. And leave it at that. See, but what I've learned about, like, it's a terrible thing. Like, I've had many strange incidents in my life where, people just behaved very oddly whenever I confronted them with something that was the truth about something, and then just, like, people would literally sometimes, like, freeze in front of me, say nothing, and just not move until I went away. And I just kind of thought, like, okay, am I, like, basically I used to kind of think, like, am I living in some kind of place where everybody else is in on some secret that I'm not? But I guess, like, what you're dealing with here is sort of a human survival trait, a bit like, the way possums play dead. Sometimes people do that. Like, people do not want to know. And people are, you could say, they're mind controlled as well. They can change or alter or create our environment, manipulate our environment. And by doing that, they can manipulate other people who don't want to know the truth. They just want an easy life. Thinking is hard, and coming to terms with unpleasant realities, that's not something they want to do either. So they just avoid that stuff. And so their motivations become knowable then. They become very predictable. And that's why people act in groups as well. Once they find each other, they kind of go, yeah, no, we're all correct. We're right. It's those other people. It's Plato's cave, or the allegory of Plato's cave, when you try to tell them about the real world and they go, no, it's just the shadows. And furthermore, you are now a dissident and you need to be punished and imprisoned or dispatched with, But yeah, I'll go back and read some of the comments there, because I realized I wasn't too far behind. And maybe a few people had to leave there, but Freya said, I'll get this out screen here now just so we can see this better, I think. Freya says, we have been deceived into thinking meek means pacifist, and it doesn't. It means to not draw your sword on a whim, but to do it when there is good reason. Yeah. Yeah, very good. Stephen says, this clip of Building 7 has the top left penthouse collapsing, edited out of the start of it. The penthouse collapses into the roof nearly 6 to 7 seconds before the building falls. It's obvious. Okay. I'm not sure if I fully understand the implication of what you're saying there, but maybe I'm thinking like that someone would look at that and kind of go, that's all doctored footage. You can't trust whatever you see on the internet or something. Who knows? Nueva says, thanks for having me in. Have a great day, everyone. Try and ignore the news. It's all trauma and mockery. Cheers, Nuevo Laredo. Hope you have a good day too. Erastus Turnipseed says, Freya says to Freya, much like the Levitical priests who kept the faith pure through the sword. A lot of modern Christians could use some Levitical correction. Really? Okay. Well, listen, I don't know. Maybe you know better than me, but as far as I understood it, the Levites were the sort of tribe or group from which the Sadducees came from. I think that I remember learning that or hearing that. So I don't know. But anyway, it all depends on whatever we think these people were. We're always looking at history through the modern lens, and that's with our own unknown biases that have been given to us as well. The kind of the tints, like as in rose tinted glasses. We're looking through layers of not rose tinted, but you wouldn't know what color tints we're wearing. You know. D says Soma, in capitals, is a ritual drink that contains a psychoactive drug, hallucinations. Medea burned cannabis as an incense, the burning bush. I see. So in the Bible, they were having hallucinations because they were on psychoactive drugs. Or in the Old Testament, at least. Stephen says, I remember around 2010 to 2012, YouTube was busting at the seams with incredible 9/11 documentaries and footage. Yeah, there was so much great content, but that got disappeared. It certainly did. It became verboten to talk about it, like to the point where, like, I know I'm running a risk talking about it here today, but they ought to expect it. Stephen Crumley says, I remember around... Oh, did I read this already. God, what am I talking about? Just goes to show. Right, by the way, there's the link if anyone wants to come up and chat. Otherwise, I might start winding it down anyway, for sure. Like, we might go to 3 hours if somebody comes up. But otherwise, I'll try and wind it down in the next 20 minutes. Dzarda says, how can anyone view this and still have cognitive dissonance? Well, they prefer to hold and to compartmentalize all different manner of contradictory and nonsensical ideas in their head, as long as they don't have to face to the front of their minds any unpleasant realities or terrible truths. Memory hold, says Jack. You should have noticed decades ago, says, it's insane how many people don't know about Building 7. Some group did a poll and found 40% of Americans do. Oh, so 60% don't know about it. Wow. And he thinks, like, if 40% know, that's probably higher than you reckon it is, yeah. Yeah. And it is difficult not to have a low opinion of most people, isn't it? No, and it's not just because they don't know certain things, or anybody can not know something, you know. I was speaking to a guy who actually the other day, like, he knows what's up, absolutely, and he knows all you need to know about everything. But he had never heard of Pizzagate. Amazing, isn't it? But you wouldn't sort of say, like, oh, he's stupid or anything like that. No, absolutely not. He was going through other things during that time. But most, it seems, of whatever comprises the population of our nations these days, whatever passes for the citizenry, they're not operating on a level that wants to know anything beyond what's on TV, what sports ball is on at the weekend, how can I get more beer, how can I do some rumpy pumpy. Not that, you know, there's anything wrong with that, but you know what I mean. And that's about it, you know. Or how can I get more money? How can I buy the latest frivolous thing? That's about it. Like, give me drink, give me cigarettes, give me drugs, give me, you know, meaningless consumerism and materialism, and that's it. And to them, like, either they never had the capacity to think that there's anything more to life, or they've tamped down the light behind their eyes so much that they're quite happy to exist within a world where that seems to be so. And they can hide from having to know any about worrying their pretty little heads about any of this sort of stuff. Why would you want to? Nueva Laredo says, I remember they dropped the flat earth info then, did they? I have a feeling it wasn't until maybe 2015, 2016, but I don't know. Maybe that's a bit late. Around the same time as WikiLeaks. Okay. I think was, it doesn't matter. I won't go down that road. Too much now we've covered today already. Stephen says, I don't see how folks can believe asymmetric damage to the top 15% of a structure can cause total and simultaneous global failure of all connection points of all 85% of untouched structures. Yeah, and I think that guy from Fairbanks and Jimmy Dore's video there covers that pretty well. D says to Stephen, indeed, it's mind-boggling. Solipsism, yeah, maybe that kind of describes sort of what I was sort of talking about there as well. It's just living in their own world. Nothing really exists outside of not just the self, but just whatever I can get for me, and that's it. Kind of materialism, narcissism. I think he might be onto us all. Quick, hide. He's saying that about. You should have noticed decades ago, says to Stephen. I remember that too. So many good videos wiped. They'll be there. They'll be on Archive, or they'll be on Odyssey, or Rumble, maybe, or BitChute, or somewhere else. On somebody's hard drive too. I think I'm caught up. Just make sure you are a cognitive dissident. Oh, that's very good, D. Zerda. We are dissidents because we do not conform. We will not censor our own thoughts. We will not believe what they command us to believe just because they say that we must. D. Zerda says, open the perspective. And the more they say that we must, the more that I will refuse to. But of course, I'm not going to fall for their reverse psychology either. Haha. D says, open the perspective of your eyes and you broaden your horizons. Okay. Right. So I think I've caught up. That's excellent now with all of those. And I was very grateful to see so many. At one point it looked like there was nearly 20 and now there's 15. So look, what I'll say to you is, if any of you would like to come up and say anything, don't be shy, don't be afraid, either of, speaking to me or anybody else listening to you. It really doesn't matter. I think, something else we might have in common is that because we realize like how ridiculous everything is and how silly most people are, as you get older, you tend then to care genuinely less and less about what people think about you. And so there's always kind of an upside to becoming more and more disenchanted with people in general. You kind of get a little bit less self-conscious, and it's good for you because your ego goes a bit down. Your ego goes down, and therefore you're less worried about people thinking that you're saying something wrong or you made a fool out of yourself. I'm not saying that you're thinking that. I'm talking about me now. So just trying to sort of say, I think a lot of people might identify with what I'm saying here. A lot of people like to say, oh, I don't care what anybody thinks about me, but they do care. They want to be liked. I always wanted to be liked, and that got me into a lot of trouble, in many ways. Not just that I wanted to please people and then, people don't respect you or whatever, but just, you're not even being true to yourself then, but sort of a converse thing happens. It's like an inverse rule, that the more disgusted you become with humanity, and the more disappointed you become with them, it helps you once you get over that. Excuse me for coughing there. Once you get over that, you sort of have to build yourself back up again. And then you realize like everything is very serious, but everything's very funny at the same time. Excuse me. I'm going to take a drink of water now. Anyway, I'm hoping somebody will come up and talk to me now and say what they'd like to say about 9/11, whether it might be, where you were and describe in longer detail about, how it affected you and where you were, and how you feel that maybe things have gone on since then and where we are now and how it all fed into where we are now and 2020 and every other little traumatic incident they did for us. I'll take a drink of water and see if anybody wants to click that link. I'll put it into the chat again in case it's gone up too far. I'll put it there again in case anybody wants to click on it and come up. And there's probably a 10-second delay before you see it. No, rather it's the other way around. You'll see it, and then 10-second delay before you hear me saying I'll put it there. Right. Fred there says, freedom and self-rule of thought. Yeah, excellent. Mental autonomy. And Zerda says, the divine comedy of the gods. Yeah, life is a tragic comedy or a comedic tragedy. Okay. Well, as so often happens, I go off on tangents and I forget to say certain things as well. And I do listen back a lot of the time, and I often say, damn it, I meant to say this, that, and the other. And it's always the way. But of course, there'll be another stream, I hope. But then again, I never take tomorrow for granted anymore. Maybe I'll start winding things down then, and I'll say to you that I'm on X now, as I mentioned before. And I did a live stream last Saturday, I believe, on X. It's called a live space. And I got talking to some people who I think are men of substance, and there are a lot of good people in a lot of groups there, and there are some large ones and some small ones. And I basically avoided Twitter or X for a long, long time, but I will recommend it to you as a place where pretty much anything can be said. Now, of course, people who disagree do come in and they're trying to disrupt. They really do. But sometimes we think maybe they might even get streams or live spaces shut down. But it also can be that it's a bit glitchy, a bit like StreamYard, it can be a bit glitchy. But either way, I would say that you use the tools that are available to you at the time. And talking about things is important. Talking about the right things and not getting too bogged down in any one thing, and understanding what are the priorities now. And what I would say is that to finish off then this kind of whole thing is that they have objectives, and our number one objective should be to never count anyone out completely. I've often felt like if let's suppose, for the sake of argument or for the sake of discussion, that nuclear weapons are real, in many fantasy moments of, I'll admit it, revenge fantasy scenarios in my mind, I have pressed the red button. I've imagined it like to be, a fire button on an arcade machine, and I've pressed the red button. I've turned the keys and I've pressed the red button. And I've said, let that be an end to it all. But really what that is I've had to sort of say to myself, that is just feeling sorry for myself. And I absolutely do not have the right nor the authority, nor even if I did have the control or the ability, I should put fail-safes in my own mind from ever being tempted to do that, in case there was ever a time where the devil takes each one of us and says, I'll give you the opportunity to have your revenge on humanity. They were cruel to you. Would you like to have your revenge? It's important to go through what your morality is before you ever have to be put under a test like that, I think. Important to go through all the, very shameful type of tests, that I shouldn't be admitting to you, but I have a feeling that everybody has these kind of revenge fantasies in their head for all the people that did them wrong, I'm mentioning it because it's very difficult to know what ideas were put into our minds and how we were set up to hate each other. But don't worry, I'm not selling love to you. I'm not selling holding hands around the world, nor forgiving everybody. Maybe forgiving doesn't mean that you learn to live with them. I think JFK did say, forgive your enemies, but never forget their names. I've said many times, I don't want to occupy a heaven where any of these people who took that thing in 2020, especially the ones who took it to keep their jobs. I talked about that earlier. in another thing. Sorry, earlier. Well, yes, yesterday. I put it up if you want to listen to it on Odyssey and on Rumble regarding Amazing Polly. She's all of a sudden now saying, oh, we need to make peace with those people. I can't think of a way that I would ever want to. I don't want to ever do that. But I am thinking about, like, if there's an afterlife, what would it be? Who could I tolerate in an afterlife, especially if it's an infinity? Where do I want to go? Is heaven all it's cracked up to be, even if it's going to contain those people, if God somehow forgives them? All these things, So these are the things that, I ponder and cogitate, and maybe you guys do as well. And what I want to say to you is that I understand that there's a lot of perhaps pernicious and poisonous thoughts that might have been put in my mind, or that they understand that I'm going to be going down these roads, that they know that we're all going to be feeling mighty aggrieved, mighty hard done by, quite sore about how we were treated by other people, even if we were trying to be kind to them. So forgiveness might be just letting them on their way and not carrying the unnecessary burden of feeling animosity towards those people. But at the same time, doesn't mean you have to have anything to do with them. Anyhow, as far as the revealing all that has been hidden, like we finally uncover who was behind all this Twin Towers-y business and everything else, all the assassinations, all the pretexts for wars, all the flags that are false, and etc., etc. And we find out that it was them, or it was their master and they were their minions. And then we find out that the master was just some reflection of the sum total of the refusal to take responsibility for our own actions. Like the devil is real, but he's a metaphor, or he couldn't exist unless he could take a piece of every part of our hearts or our souls or something. Sorry, I don't mean to be getting all waxing on lyric, but I get the sense that there is some kind of ironic cosmic reveal at the end of it. You know what I mean? And it is just a fact that the revelation of the method, the apocalypse, the making known of all their plans now, that does tend to make it all okay. The karmic thing where they let us know, so can't be on them. But also it, like the horrific scenes in movies, it basically makes us more accustomed to it. We're no longer as shocked by it. We just tend to accept it then and move on. What can you do? It's just the way things are. It is what it is. And then we just get moved into a new world where they kind of go, well, there we are. All the game has played out. That's the way it is now. Might as well just put the board back in the box. We'll think of another game to play now. We'll go on to the next epoch or era. The next age. Something along those lines. I don't know. But there is that thing where you become so accustomed to something that you just kind of go, well, now it doesn't even shock me anymore. Is the word I'm inured to something? I forget what the word is, but anyway, you get the idea. So that's their plan. Like, part of their plan is to reveal it all to us and then kind of say, so what are you going to do about it? And the answer is, as always, nothing. And it leads to demoralization. See, but the thing is, their plan isn't foolproof. Like, that just isn't, that's not just the way it is because that's what we say so, or they say so. And also, I'm not saying that anybody actually has to do anything about it. Like, unfortunately, a lot of it has to do with how we choose to view it, how we choose to, look at it from a certain perspective, unfortunately. And so the way that we sort of prepare our minds for what's coming will affect how the whole thing is viewed. Like, we are part of public perception. And the more we talk to people about things in a sort of a kind way, like what I've realized, and I guess you have too, is you can lead a horse to water, but you can't make him drink. You cannot make people realize things that they don't want to realize. You have to sort of just maybe, like they do with certain keywords, say the keywords, say it around them, say things pointedly and deliberately, but leave it at that for a day. You're never going to get them to ever say, oh, right, yes, I was wrong. Oh, right, so I was living in a stupor. for my whole life. Oh, right, I was an idiot. Oh, I didn't get it. Oh, I was being deliberately ignorant. Oh, yeah, God, I'm so sorry. You're never going to get an apology out of these people. Because they simply do not want to know. They're not, maybe in most cases, they're not psychologically or mentally capable of the huge brunt force of all the trauma that they have been damming up, right? They want to keep it behind the dam. They couldn't take the deluge of all the horror of it all, of not only how horrific it all is, but how silly and stupid and ignorant they've been deliberately. So you kind of have to be gentle with these people and never expect gratitude, never praise, never thanks, not even an acknowledgement. But we do kind of have to keep talking and have all the facts at our disposal and just say the things and treat people with kindness, very much like how Jesus did tell us to treat people. And it can never be for our own ego or our own sense of satisfaction or self-aggrandizement. It's not really a very satisfying thing I'm saying to you, and I certainly don't mean to be preaching either. It's just what I seem to have learned, or the way that I see things going. Things are going to get tougher. But life is supposed to be a struggle. If it wasn't difficult, we would learn nothing. I mean, I feel, and I have felt for a long, long time, that I have been robbed of the pleasant life that I could have had. That I figured, when I was a kid, all I need to do is help improve technology or invent something great that's going to help people, to have more energy or, more electricity or labor-saving devices or all these kind of things. But as we can see, these things have been a detriment in a certain way of looking at things. Labor-saving devices got women out of the home. They got then women having their own money, and then they competed with men, and then they thought they didn't need men. And then men said, well, if women are going to be promoted in the workplace instead of men, then I'm going to become a woman, and all this sort of stuff, One thing leads to another. It always seems like, that everything is going to be a help, but there's always a sting in the tail. There's always a fly in the ointment. That's not to say we need to roll things back to the caveman days. It's just what I didn't realize in my naivety was that I thought that psychology and philosophy and all these kind of things were just nonsense, that we were useless or, utterly pointless. That all we needed to do was solve the last few engineering and technical electronic problems, and then all the problems of humanity would be solved. And then we'd have all the free time where we could just sing songs, be merry, tell jokes to each other, entertain each other, and eat plentiful food, and everything would be great. But it isn't, because people are people and they're never going to change. Well, they might, but who knows? If humanity at large matures, if we heal this sickness in us. And I'm not saying that there aren't people that are doing this stuff to us, but I would say that those people are much easier able to do what they do when we engage in fantasies and pretend things aren't what they are, and essentially stop being responsible for taking charge of ourselves and our own society. Then they creep in again. So it's like they're a punishment for us refusing to assert ourselves and not only be responsible for ourselves, but be critical for ourselves, like acknowledge our own faults and improve ourselves, like be realistic and, objective about our own, not just good aspects, but also our tendencies to not be so good sometimes as well. So I would say that in the future, maybe we will fix this problem. And maybe there'll be people in the future who will be more mature and who will live in a more real world, and they will be able to build a kind of a heaven on earth. And they're not going to get narcissistic and think about how great they are and then have another fall. That they're always going to be cautious against and put guards against their own ego. Whereby even, like, let's say, one of the big problems with humanity is everybody wants to be the hero. Everybody wants to be the one in the crowd that everybody holds up and says, it was this guy, he did it, he was the great guy, But no, everybody just has to be humble like somebody was saying earlier there about, like, you never take out your sword unless you really have to. You just do what you're supposed to do, and you don't look for any thanks or praise or public plaudits. You just be who you know that you should be, and you don't look for any thanks for it. You offer it up to God, and you learn something about yourself in that noble struggle. You understand? I'm not trying to preach at you, but I'll climb out of the pulpit here anyway. And I don't see that anybody has clicked the link. I'll put in one last time in case anybody wants to help me do any parting shots, or we'll go on for another half hour, something like that. If anybody does pop up, I'll put the link in there again, but I'll read a few more comments, and if I don't get any more, I'll say some final thoughts, and I'll read a few of the comments now I've seen going by there. Can I scroll back a little bit here? Did I put this up already? No, I did. I've gone back too far. Okay, I think this I picked up here. Okay, so described just about everyone on Facebook, all in denial, posting nonsense. My Facebook posts get very few thumbs up. Okay. Yeah. It's always the way. But if you posted something about a celebrity or whatever, it'll be different. Stephen says, there's a lot of good folks naming them on Twitter or X. You can go pretty hard on there and do not get booted. Well, yeah. And, I think it's important. What I will say is, right, and it kind of, I'll say it now while I think of it in case I forget. I heard that it has been put in some of the circles or the larger groups that talk about this kind of stuff, that naming them is not enough. And I would like to know what they think that one needs to do or people should be doing in addition to that. Because I have my own answers to that. And it's more or less as I've laid out to you. I'll say this to you, right? Let's supposing that all the people who we consider to be subversive or divisive or destructive in our nations, let's supposing all those people just went away tomorrow, sailed off somewhere over the horizon and never came back. Let's put it that way. Would we then be living in a utopia, as in perfect societies? Well, I would say no, because as far as I'm concerned, all of my people who took that thing in 2020, for starters, I'm not sharing a society with them. So that's just for starters. But also, like, it would be there would be a power vacuum. And you would find all the pretend meek and humble people would all of a sudden say, I'm the one in charge now. And you would find that a lot of our own people would be performing exactly the same roles that these other clever people up until current day were performing. They'd then say, well, we need banks, so I'll be the bank now. We need government and politicians, I'll be, et cetera, et cetera. So what we would at the very least need to do, I would say, apart from naming them, is to remember that it's not good enough to oppose something or somebody who you think is wrong. You have to know very clearly what you stand for, what you would replace them with, what kind of system of morality, or what kind of, even if you want to just keep it in terms of this, what kind of political policies would you have if you don't think the current ones are good? Because a lot of people, I think, are laboring under the false impression that if you could wave a magic wand and get rid of them overnight, like, let's call them, right, for the sake of this, YouTube platform, corrupt politicians. If we get rid of all the corrupt politicians tomorrow, right, what would you replace them with? To keep it in terms even a normie would understand. All right, another vote for the controlled demolition. I've yet to open an X account. Seriously thinking about it. Look, I would advise it. And you know, of course, you don't even have to post anything or join any audio discussions or vocal discussions. The live spaces are just audio, but I have found them to be excellent. But of course, one of the things you got to do is manage your own time very effectively. I've wasted a bit of time saying, I'll just click this, see what's happening, and then you get sucked into something, you know, very easy to do. But overall, it's been a good thing. Krishnan says you just sign in with Google, and you could do that. But then, of course, if you ever get banned by Google, right, lose your Gmail account and you lose your Twitter account. So I just remind you of that. Maybe you do want to sign up separately and not link accounts like that way. But you know, do whatever you want to do. D. Zerda says, if there is an afterlife, as so many of the myths state, then are you captured by them in order to be brought back into play another round in their game? Maybe when you tell me, I'll go, oh, right, yeah. But why are you capitalizing the TH in everything there? Anyway, to answer your question, yeah, maybe. You might be. I definitely seriously consider reincarnation for sure as a distinct possibility. Freya says, don't connect your media via Google. They don't need to know. All right, there's a few more here. Nueva says, Facebook in Australia have just AI'd everyone's Facebook. Oh God, I heard about that. Australia, I would say, seems to be definitely in the lead, ahead of Canada and Britain, as far as police states go, and other countries in Europe, you know. Definitely leading the charge there. Freya says, many of the pre-Christian religions believed in reincarnation. Okay. You can't sign in Facebook with Google. I say, okay. Yeah, well, yeah, Facebook has its own cryptography. Yeah, sign in with Facebook. Yeah, sign in with Facebook. So that maybe they don't want any divide by zero things where you sign into Google with Facebook and into Facebook with Google. They don't want any circular signing in like that. Freya says, John, give the lion carnivore diet a try for a couple of months and see if it improves the mood. I think I'm failure right now, but I tell you what improves my mood mostly, it is natural sunlight. That's what makes the massive difference for me. Technology is a double-edged sword for sure, D. Zerda. And says, no one looks at the technology and wonders how it can be used against us until it happens. Yeah. They always say, we want to help you, make things more convenient for you, labor saving, take all the hard work out of everything for you, give you all the extra free time, and then they make you too much used to being a cosseted creature of comfort. And you can't go back then to a time where you feel a bit of hardship. You're so terrified about any hardship that you'll just do whatever they say. You know, agree to whatever they tell you have to do, or mandate or whatever. Oh, there's Jack. Sorry if I kept you waiting there, Jack. How you doing?
No problem. How you doing, brother?
I'm great. Talk for a minute there while I stick in my headphones to reduce the echo.
Right. Yeah, man. I remember whenever on 9/11, I was working an off shift, and my wife came in and woke me up, and that was, I had just gotten to sleep, and 8 o'clock in the morning, and sure enough, the building was on fire. And I was like, we were like, what the hell, And I was like, what? There's no way a plane flies into that. I thought so. I wasn't thinking terrorism right off the bat, or PSYOP or anything. I was like, well, maybe a mistake. But then whenever we saw the other explosion, I was like, okay, this is a Pearl Harbor type shit. So, and it's never been quite the same vibe that I've ever had in my life since that time. So,
well, for sure. I mean, things were never the same.
No, they were never the same.
And one of the things, I suppose, there's a lot of very pedestrian, ordinary things we could say, but like a lot of things happened around the same time, and it was almost like on this side of the Atlantic, they wanted to make sure that we knew it affected us as well. And I think it was a British, well, guy holding a British passport who was either black or half black, and his name was Richard Reed. And never really fully got to the bottom of that, but he was perhaps paranoid or mentally ill in some way, paranoid schizophrenic, maybe was the story. And he was on a plane, and passengers, of course, we were all on, heightened alert. And I didn't want to fly in a plane for a long time around that after that. But a lot of passengers said he was trying to light his shoes on fire.
Well, the shoe bomber. Then there was the underwear bomber.
Oh, yes, yeah. He went one more. He said, "You're just lighting your feet. That's child's play."
Right, light your genitals on fire, buddy.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. I was always, at that time, I thought of Crocodile Dundee, that's not a fire. This is a fire.
It's a foil. Yeah. It's just to clamp down in every way. Like you had said it earlier. You said, no matter what, and this is the axiom we can all live by now. No matter what happens, we lose and they win. It's just, we always lose something, so there always has to be some concession made, but for our freedoms. And we know, what was it, Jefferson who said that if you give up your freedom, for security and you won't have any. I mean, you'll lose both of them. So
yeah, give up a little freedom for a little security. You'll have, what is it? You'll have neither, or you'll lose both and deserve neither. Sorry.
That's it. That's it. I'm not good with quotes. You know me.
Oh, no, but listen, it's through repetition. We keep hearing them, and people like Brian Young would always say those sort of stuff, isn't it?
Right. Man, the only one that I do know all the time is let's get it together. It always just gets into my brain at the very end. Whenever I'm getting ready to wind it down or quit, I just say, let's get it together. And that's a good quote.
Well, I've been saying it a little because of you repeating it.
Yes, that's true. I did that. Yeah. I made it a mantra on purpose, so people would start saying it.
And, I like that it means a lot of different things, and it's also very simple.
It's a loaded one, and then it means very much on its face value.
Yeah.
But for me, it was, let's get it together. Let's get our minds right. Let's get ourselves together. Let's get together with each other. But there's so many things. And however you want to look at it, I mean, it's a very vague statement, but not really.
Yeah.
That's what, you know what I mean?
Oh, I do. And because, look, lately a lot of things, the way everything is like an apparent contradiction, an oxymoron, but both the thing that it says is true and the opposite is, you also get that meaning.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Always with me with that. People, when they watch my stuff, they don't know if I'm doing an act. They don't know if I'm a dark comedian. They don't. Then it sets in on them if they continue to watch. Like, no, this guy's very serious about all this. I mean, it comes off funny sometimes, but he knows how to make humor out of things. And I know that the sheer audacity of Jack sometimes is funny.
Yeah.
Yeah, it just is. It's supposed to be. It's supposed to be. Because our situation is both, it's a horror show and it's funny. So it's funny that we get ourselves into it. Not that it's funny. By sheer ignorance, I think we ignore. And that's a good word for it, is ignorance. We're just ignorant. I say we as the collective,
Yeah, a lot of times I stop myself and I say, I better speak for myself, because we do tend to think of or talk in terms of we and this sort of stuff.
And I've been catching myself do that, and I've heard you catch yourself do it several times in the last few streams. I'm going to speak for myself here on this. I'm not going to say we on that, because I can't be sure that everyone feels that way. I think a lot of the times whenever we're doing our streams and it's, you've got your people in, I've got my people in, a lot of them are the same people, but we do know that they know what we're talking about for the most part. It's just that when you get new people in and they don't quite understand, then I don't like to speak for everybody.
Yeah, I suppose, look, it's just, sometimes I feel like that you got to be a bit polite about it as well. The people might be saying, oh, no, I do feel that. But again, it's just, even though if they might, you can't be exactly just speaking for people all the time.
Not all the time.
Yeah.
But I also have a problem with using the word I a lot. I don't like to use the word I. Just use it four times. What I'm saying,
Well, yeah.
It's hard. It's hard to
Yeah, that's true. And you know what? Like another universal rule is then just in all things, you need to have a bit of a balance. And it might sound as if you're saying I all the time,
Right.
then people might say, oh, get him. He thinks he's crazy, you know?
Right. And, you know, and a lot of people, it used to be that, and I don't know if you get this, but whenever they hear Jack, he does speak with great authority. So you would think that, you know, he was a know-it-all guy, but they don't realize Jack doesn't exist. You know, he's me whenever I'm on a live stream. You know, you're not. They don't understand. He's an ethos. He's a way to think. If you are feeling low and you don't feel right about situations, you could just say to yourself, you know, now Jack would not think that way. You know, I do that. I do that. So, you know, I've detached myself from that guy. You know.
Well, it is. Funny enough, I mean, I don't know if anyone. Well, I'll speak for myself. I don't think I fully get it, but I'll say this: it's a character, but it's you also.
Yeah, it is. You know, it's everything I think. It's just turned the volume way up on it. You know, just like I was saying, it's audacious. It's sometimes it's very shocking. I'm trying to do that. I mean to do that because in my life I don't do that. You know, I don't walk around screaming out racist rants, and I don't. You know, I just don't. And I rarely think of those things. But whenever I happen to turn that guy on, it is on, man. And I don't know if I was only saying that because I wonder, whenever you're getting ready to go on, do you prep or do you prepare everything and go over maybe or do you just let it go? Do you just let it go?
Yeah. Well, the funny thing is, I always try to be well prepared, and then I never am. And the last 10 minutes, I'm always like, no, I need to upload this, or this audio won't go into StreamYard. I have to. And by the way, that little thing that I did of Michael Hoffman there, it was only audio, and I should have been able to upload audio, but it wouldn't let me. So I had to quickly encode it into a video, and it's going crap. You know? Wow. So I always want to be prepared, but I never am, and so I'm always panicking in a bit of a panic. But I'll say this to you, right? Panic is okay, but then you can control it. It's a hurdle, and every time you get over it, it's a little bit of achievement over yourself. I remember hearing about a British comedian. I saw an interview with him, and he was one of the most famous British comedians. He started in all the working men's clubs, dangerous places where they throw glasses at you, like pint glasses or beer bottles if they don't like you, you know, that kind of way, right? Yeah. Oh, yeah. And he said like that when he'd go up on like stages like the Palladium and things like this, he'd always be nervous, but then it would always go all right, and he'd get into his pattern, his routine. And the interviewer asked him, like, so after 40 years, like I presume at some stage anyway, like you got over the nerves, the butterflies in your stomach. And he said, no, actually, I never did. And he said, but that's a good thing. He said, if I ever got over the butterflies completely, then I figure like maybe I'd be just basically phoning it in. I wouldn't be giving a proper performance.
That, you know, I had never thought of it like that, because whenever I'm personally doing the streams and stuff, I of course I don't prepare. I feel like that I just turn the phone on and press live stream, you know, just go. Because I feel like the last 50 years of my life have been in preparation of whenever I speak publicly. So it's never a problem. And I don't have a problem speaking in public, never have. So, you know, that's from being raised in church. And, you know, I would always speak in church in front of everybody and stuff like that. So, yeah.
Well, I'm not going to claim that I'm an accomplished or practiced public speaker, but speaking like this over the internet, it could be maybe more nerve-wracking or less. It depends on how you look at it. I have spoken in public, but like I'll tell you what, the first time really that I can think of was at a sort of a company junket where lots of different companies were there, and I was asked if I'd go there and represent the company, and anyone who comes up to our stand, then I would just give a speech on whatever it was, you know, and say, oh, yeah. You know, they asked different technical questions about it, and I studied about all the different things they might ask me, you know, so I felt I was fully prepared. But what I wasn't prepared for was, as I found myself answering a guy's question from, like, I was maybe up on a higher podium, and then everyone else is walking around in this kind of warehouse place. And as I was explaining then to this guy who just asked this question about something to do with some technical thing, the thought occurred to me was, why am I telling this to this guy? Of course he knows this. Everyone's looking at me saying, duh, like this, of course we all know this. Tell us something we don't know, right? That was just my paranoia in my mind.
Right.
And then I really started tripping myself up because I was trying to analyze myself and them while I was trying to remember what to say.
Right.
And
no, that, yes. You know, I always, you catch me saying that, you know, okay, Mr. Obvious, but because I realize that sometimes I have to say very obvious things. And I listen to you doing it too. You know, it's like, I know you probably know this, but I'm going to have to go ahead and say it anyway. And that is, you know, that's just the way there has to be some cohesion from the story, from the beginning of it to the middle of it to the end of it. And I feel like if I leave things out, assuming that people know, then the story is broken.
Exactly. Yeah. And I've noticed as well, I sometimes often forget to finish a sentence, the last word in it, oftentimes the key word. And when I hear other people do that, I get frustrated. I know what word is coming, but I want to hear it. So I've realized as well that even if people know what you're saying, they like to hear somebody else say it, just in maybe slightly different words. I think that's what we're doing here. That helps to get people together.
Yes, it is. That, I mean, listen, you're so right. That's exactly how I feel. And you had touched on that last stream you did on YouTube. You had talked a little bit about that too. That's how you're going to get it together is through how you say it and how I say it and how she says it and he says it. This is a good way for us all to start really gelling together. And then people will come in and they'll just dive right into it because it'll be so easy for everyone to understand, you know. Because, you know, as the Jack, I like to make a little bit. Listen, I speak on levels, okay? Some of the stuff is a first grader could understand it, and some stuff 90-year-olds need to understand it. You know, whoever. I play with that a lot during the stream, you know, because I can think about 58 different things in my head while I'm talking, so it doesn't. It's, you know, the speech is just the simplest thing. So it's a gift, actually, because I can think so far out ahead that I can plan what I'm going to say, you know, if I need to. Sometimes I'm speaking from the heart direct. And I can tell when that is, but I don't think a lot of people can.
Well, yeah. And again, I mean, sometimes the thing with me is that the thoughts go in several different directions at once, and you have to pick one. And then once you've picked, you have to stick with it. You know?
Yeah, stick with it, because it would be completely incomprehensible if I started switching it up, which I like to do that too, strangely enough.
Yeah.
I don't know. I mess with everything so I can see, you know. But no, you know, I was going to tell you something to get back to the subject at hand here. Okay, you had touched on it earlier, and you'd said that basically people of our generation, Gen X is ours. That's our 9/11. 9/11 was our JFK. Now, JFK, just like 9/11, JFK was let us down. Is it the CIA? Is it this one? Is it? You got everybody chasing everybody else's tails and all these rabbit holes, right? And you never know. Usually people don't get to, you know, who did this, not who they said did this. You see, because even if you did say it was, you know, the tribe, whatever, right? Or who, but nobody takes it seriously because there's 4 or 5 or 6 other different directions to go, and nobody's ever certain of themselves. So we're just chasing it around. But strangely, I really did like to go in the rabbit holes of the 9/11. I thought it was so fascinating what it would take to pull off something like that.
Well, for sure, yeah. And I definitely did not only go down a lot of the rabbit holes, but you know, just ponder on lots of it myself as well.
Yeah, we've had 23 years.
Yeah.
The name of this stream. It's hard to believe it really is, John, that it has been 23 years. I remember it so vividly.
Well, yeah, I do too. And yet I also realize that, you know, time has gone by quicker than I ever expected it would. And I was a young man then, and now I feel like I'm an old man.
I was 27 whenever that happened. And man, and I had a family and wife and kids, but I tell you, I knew that the world had changed right there. Whenever I saw that second plane hit, I knew, and I was like, well, you know, there'll be such things happen to us now. And I also wanted to let you know, there should have, any thinking European would have been in horror at the prospect of wars going on in the Middle East, like that they knew they would when they saw those towers drop, and the implications of the Muslims did it, right? Then you would have known, here we go. They're going to flood us someday again. They're going to flood our ass, because that's the natural progression. You know, you carpet bomb these people for 20 years, and well, of course, they have nowhere to go. There's no civilization left. So, you know, in many instances. So it's just, I mean, because you guys are going to get them for the most part. You know, we get our Latinos and stuff, but we don't get the Muslims in droves like you do. No.
Yeah, like we don't get those kind. We get the other kind. Well, one of the things, of course, is, and I've been thinking about this lately. You get all these thoughts are very obvious when they occur to you, and so oftentimes it feels embarrassing to mention them. But a big method of theirs, of course, is not just to get, use us, whatever groups we are split into, to fight each other, but what they'll do is they'll put us in the ascendancy, and then they'll pull the rug out from underneath us. And then they'll say to the other people who were kept under supposedly our thumb. I'll give you the example of the British Empire, right? So at one point, the Brits thought that they were in charge of the world and, completely unassailable. And then the next minute, World War II happened. And, well, I know World War I, but World War II, really, they went from an empire to completely not having an empire. And then instead of, English people going all around the world and settling in all these places and bringing civilization of England to the rest of the world, now all of a sudden the rest of the world comes back to England and says, righty-ho then, boys, the shoe's on the other foot.
That always makes me so mad, though, whenever I see people say that. They'll say, not what you had said, but like as antagonistically say, hey, you guys invaded, and they say you guys like that you actually, you and your people actually did it today. And we went around the world. You went around the world doing that to everybody. And now that it comes home to roost on you, oh, you're mad? It's like, no. This is this is a false equivalency and it happens all the time. People don't, but it just angers me, because I'm like, no, man, it wasn't so much that they were going around the world just to take it. They were trying to set up their way of life everywhere so people so they could make a world that had never been seen before. Giant aspirations. So, and they knew they could get things and trade things, but it all turned into that anyway. Why are we going to sit here and point fingers for making the greatest civilizations that the world has ever seen all over the place? And then you add the biological entities, and the next thing you know, that everything starts decaying again. It's a never-ending cycle, I think.
Yeah, I don't know if it was yourself, or it might have been something you said, and also somebody else I was listening to about the history of the American Civil War. And, how the normie take on that is that the North just said, oh, slavery is bad. We have to rescue those poor slaves. Right, and that was the main thing. But I do think that it is not only conceivable, but extremely plausible, highly likely, probable, that one of the desired outcomes was to bring black people from Africa over, put them through whatever it was that we call slavery, and then take the chains off, and then point the finger at us and say, see those guys? They did that to you.
Right. It's a story. I mean, it's ridiculous to say, but it is the story of King Kong. It is. Just watch King Kong, and you'll know what blacks in America are around the world. So, they're going to lash out, and they're going to, but they're going to fall off the Empire State Building, because it's just not going to. We're not going to be overran. I'm sorry. It's not going to happen. So it's not going to happen to me. It's really not. I mean, the temperature here in America has gone down a little bit. Whenever 2020 happened, the race relations weren't so great. I mean, they truly weren't. It was tension. Okay. But 4 years on, 4.5, 5 years on now, it is, my disdain for everyone still remains. However, I can tell that it's not as crazy as pitched as it was back then. People have a short memory, and the only thing that is left now are just the tropes and the bullshit.
Well, I mean, if you're referring to the burning of the cities and the Black Lives Matter marches and all that, I think now that it's quite well known amongst the, let's call it the black community, for whatever exactly that means. I think a lot of them do know that Patrice Cullors and all the rest of them were money grubbers and have all these mansions and stuff like that now.
Yes, they figured it. A lot of thinking people, okay, figured it out. Like, wow, they used our asses, man. They really did. And they didn't ever care about us. All they cared about was money. And they were grifters and race hustlers and everything I was saying in U2 in 2020. You know, while it was occurring, I was making videos explaining what was happening. Of course, they shadow banned me. I mean, you know, siloed us completely, but because they didn't want that kind of level of understanding and truth coming out during the event. You know, it's like, no, this guy can't call it out as it's happening. We can't.
Yeah. Well, I'm glad you said that, because that's a huge thing about the revelation of the method. It's not about who knows what. It's when people know. That's what really makes the difference.
Boy, it's so true. So true. And I know that you were making videos around the same time and you had called these things too. And it's like, but it doesn't matter. I don't want any, I know you don't either. We're not looking for accolades. We're looking to get it together with our people. And that's all, you know, whoever they may be, for the most part, I think. But I just wanted our kind, Western people, to prosper again and to feel good about themselves again, because that's a big part of it. You know, a lot of these kids nowadays, they don't feel good about themselves and they see no future and no hope for themselves, and rightfully so. And that can be turned around. You were asking right before you brought me on, who would we replace them with? Well, any Caligula's horse would be better. You know, it wouldn't. You understand? It just would be better. Nothing would be better. Because if no one was there to be your leader, at least they wouldn't be stealing from you and collecting all these taxes and doing all these things, you know. And I'm still going to be a builder, and you're still going to be able to do what you do. And you understand, we can still keep it going, man, without them at all.
Yes, I mean, when the government, like all of our governments, go on holidays, and a lot of the times they go on vacation for a couple of months.
Yeah, and sometimes they shut our government down for a month or two at a time, and nobody knows the difference. It doesn't.
Right. Yeah.
And my thing is people will say, well, listen, if you totally took the government out, and then you wouldn't be able to give the welfare checks to the people, and then the people would riot. I'm like, okay, let that happen. We're going to straighten ourselves out one way or the other, and the best thing to do would be to completely shut it down. I mean. That's what I think, and I think that may very well be the plan. Yeah.
Well, they want people to think that ideas or options like that are inconceivable, off the table completely. Yeah. And a big part of that is all those right-on liberal lefties. They know that in their heart of hearts, they secretly are, like, I know that everyone's racist, right? But they're the real racists, if we can use their phrase, because they know that those people are actually terrified that if you stop paying black people, they think that black people will come and steal everything in their town or village. You know?
Yes, they're the real racists. It's so crazy. I've had black people tell me this. They're like, I watched your streams. He goes, and it's a little radical, but, you know, he goes, you're dead ass accurate with what you're saying about black people and whites and everyone else. He goes, you spare no one. And I'm like, no, I don't. I wanted to get together with my people, with mine. You people have gotten it together with yours enough to call us out but we're so splintered that we can't even call out anything that's wrong for fear of being called racist or whatever. And that's wrong. And I don't want that. And I just, for one, wanted to stand up and say that we don't appreciate the way that we've been treated. It's not being a baby and it's not crying about it. It's that our sons and our daughters are they're being smashed in these schools and they're being punked out and hurt and raped. And it's not a joke. And they hang themselves for fear. And I know this for a fact. And they're scared and they don't. Okay. So because of this DEI and everything they teach them and everything that's built up to this. And so, you know, to our current way of thinking where these blacks have privilege. Did you see Tyreek Hill? He's a football player here in America. And I wouldn't have ever paid attention, but I wanted to see. They released the full 27 minutes of his arrest. And I knew that he had said he was abused and slammed and cussed and all these things whenever he gave his rendition of it. But I watched the 27 minutes and he didn't shut up for a minute. He was going 110 or miles an hour or something down surface streets in town in a McLaren. And yeah, the cops didn't even bash his windows in and drag him out of the car. They took him out of the car, they put him on the ground, they cuffed him, and they sit him on the corner, sit him on the curb. That was all. And it was Cuban cops for the most part. So but it was the funniest thing. I'm going to tell you. He said, "It's just a black man in America." He was still a victim after he had done all those things, and then they ended up letting him go. They uncuffed him and let him go. So I just want you to know, if I, in this country, drove down the street in my truck at 100 miles an hour, oh my word, they would drag me out of that truck so fast. Oh Lord, they'd beat my ass. So, the privilege on display, but it hurts us. It hurts us. It does, because they think they can do anything with impunity, and that's. And in a lot of cases, though, John, they are. Just like the grooming gangs over there in your neck of the woods, your islands. They do that, and then the people just turn their heads. I won't get into what I would do, but
I know.
There was a tower in London a few years ago that burned to the ground with everyone in it, and
sorry, I thought you were talking about the Tower of London. No, I know what you're talking. Grenfell.
Right.
Yeah.
And I have talked to people that said that was no accident.
Yeah, I mean, definitely the fire there was suspicious. All right. There was something there that you were saying. Oh yes, as far as black people being taught to be victims, even if they're driving around in sports cars we'll never be able to afford.
Right.
Of course, it doesn't help them. By telling people that they are permanent victims, it doesn't help them. And of course, it also reminded me of another group of people who like to think that they can hide behind the shield of victimhood. And in the long run, it doesn't help them. It does them a disservice.
It does, because we have these things we say about these people, and they're you're just doing stereotypes. I'm like, there are stereotypes for a reason, okay? We have pattern recognition. We're not chimps over here. Maybe you're not seeing it, but I do. That's what I like to tell people all the time. But it is peculiar, and I think that some of your blacks they're waking up to the fact that they've always been utilized as a weapon and as a cudgel and as many things that they're used for by a certain group of people. They were brought in here by them. We didn't bring them over here. We didn't own ships. We didn't have the shipping lanes. We didn't do that. So I'm not going to take responsibility. They're always talking about, I don't know how they do it in where your neck of the woods, but here they're always talking about giving these people reparations. It's just, it'll never happen, but give them reparations. I'm like, if you already get reparations. The amount of you that are on welfare and public assistance is staggering, and you refuse to do it. You don't work. Oh, one time I was at the store, and the EBT cards is what they call it here, the food stamp cards. Apparently the machine for that was disconnected. I don't know what it was, but they couldn't get their food. And there was about 10 black ladies that were becoming increasingly agitated. They're like, you better get that on, I got to feed my babies. So they are so hopelessly connected to the system that they, it's just, that's why I say shut it all down. I don't care. I don't care. You should have thought of these things before, and I think, John, really, I think all these psyops and everything we've seen, George Floyd was a hoax. That was a big psyop on everyone, just like they did prior with the Rodney King beating way back in the 90s. That was a psyop to see what people would do. Now, they knew what they would do, and then they pumped all that racial shit for 10 years up to that, and really from Rodney King all the way through to George Floyd, they were doing racial shit. And then they thought that this place would burn to the ground, but it didn't, because a lot of people saw that it was a hoax. And so, but it's just funny to me that these blacks keep falling for it over and over again. I hope that they would stop, but I don't know if they will. It's like the 9/11. I think that's a hoax and a psyop too. But I hope that people would stop falling for it, but I don't think they will, So, but if we can get it together enough people, then it won't matter. It won't matter, because if we could only just get a bigger percentage of people that thought for their own minds, they didn't have to think everything was a hoax and a psyop like me, but they thought with their own minds, logically and rationally, then perhaps if we had more of those people than we didn't, then we could shut these people down, man. I don't even think you need more. You only just need a few percentage points more. So I think you're working towards that. And you said X is just like off the charts with freedom of speech. So
yeah.
And the only thing that you guys were really being suppressed on was talking about the tribe and talking about real issues.
Pretty much, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. And yeah, as far as like, waking people up or getting people together, a certain critical mass, I think we've heard these statistics, like it could be only 10 to 15%, and that's all you need, because the rest just, as long as, if you had control of the media, and then there was enough people being unafraid in public just to say what's true and what isn't, then they would just fall in line.
Yes, I believe that. I really do. I really do think that's true. I mean, we've seen it before. Why wouldn't it be true this time? It probably would. So, I don't know. It's just it was a dream I had. It's funny for us to both have launched our channels around 2019-20. Right, we had a good eye for it, John, that it was all coming to a head.
Yeah, well, I have to say, I thought the world was ending in 2019.
So, did you? You thought it was ending?
I mean, I figured, I'd gotten pretty depressed because most people that I, was interacting with just didn't really seem to think about anything, had no curiosity about anything, had never wondered about anything. And one of the things that really started depressing me was when I would try to make little analogies to people. I'd say, now, suppose if you were putting up a shelf and you wanted to get a spirit level, and do you ever try and get a spirit level and it says it's straight, but then you stand back and you look at the shelf and it doesn't look like it's straight? And maybe because the wall wasn't built straight, maybe the ceiling isn't true either,
Right.
And I'd say these things to people, and then I'd kind of say, so you know what I mean by that? Well, transfer that to this. And then they'd kind of go, no, wait a minute, I never put up a shelf. What are you talking about? What's a spirit level? And so when I met more and more men, like who were in their 20s, 30s, 40s, even never did any of that, I kind of went, oh my God. I mean, I didn't want to praise myself by saying, oh, am I great? But I found it shocking. Like, what else were they doing while they were growing up?
I wonder all that a lot. Like, what are you filling your mind up with? Nonsense. I don't know. Look, I just chalk it up to some of us have critical minds and some of us simply do not. But I am of the opinion that you can build that muscle. You can. If you ever really started to notice, then you could start noticing more and more and more. And then you can get to the black belt levels. If you want to. See, I think you were right. I think it was the cipher in the movie The Matrix who's like, I see clearly, but I don't want to. I'd rather be re-injected into the Matrix and take the blue pill because I shouldn't have taken the red pill. There is that some people get so overwhelmed with everything that they are like, why did I ever, and it creates depression in some people, but I just double down. I never feel that way. I never do. I'm glad that I have a critical mind.
Well, yeah, I mean, and I've said to myself, I wouldn't want it any other way either. But most people, the Matrix is really, it seems so easy now, but it is such a perfect analogy for us that most
really
people want to take the blue pill.
Yeah, it truly is. I know that people don't like the blue pills and the red pills and all these pills, but listen, it's perfect for what we're seeing and how it really works. I mean, they couldn't have done it any better, in my opinion. The visuals of that movie would grab you in, and they were trying to wake people up to certain things that. Then I know that the tribe made the movie, so I'm thinking, wow.
Yeah.
Wow, what are they really trying to do? And it was upheaval. It was going to be the coming upheaval that they knew was coming because they made the movie in '99. They knew Thomas Anderson's birthday or whatever it was in the on his driver's license. Real quick, you have to pause it, but it was 9/11. You see, they knew 9/11 was coming down the pipe, and they were prepping everyone for that.
Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. I think it was the passport expired on September 11th.
Yeah, that's right. That's right.
And again, like, just even though it might seem obvious, I'll just say this, like, that as far as looking at the same thing but from different perspectives, as part of the process of the revelation of the method, they do have to tell it, everything that's going on to us. And as you say, but it's written by these people. And you say, but why would they tell us? Well, that's part of their plan. To tell us is part of their plan. And then you might say, oh, well, everyone's going to identify with Neo. He's the hero. But what I have done over the last few years is more and more I've been identifying with the Agent Smith. I've been saying, no, actually, I hate humanity so much now because of what I saw since 2020 and how they all just did whatever they were told, all the order followers.
Right.
That I have sort of said, I now see where Agent Smith is coming from.
Absolutely. I always did like Agent Smith. That was a perfect dichotomy to Neo, but truly they were the same. It was just that Agent Smith was looking at it from his perspective and Neo from his. And so it was very well done how they did that. It's so layered in. I do like that movie. When I first watched it, I didn't like it as much, but then I started to come around to it.
Well, I guess what what I have had to circle around is that in this kind of way, if they represent good and evil, we got to save humanity or we got to condemn it to a life of slavery and servitude to these robots. If we call that good versus evil, black versus white on the game of chess, right? Well, then they're just pieces playing their roles in a grand game.
Right.
And people hate this kind of idea where you say, so it's two sides of the same coin. So good and evil go hand in hand. And like, basically, you just have to take your choice. And for me, I've realized I might agree with Agent Smith now and see his point of view, but at the same time, I can't choose to be on his side either.
No.
Humanity must be saved, even if it doesn't deserve it.
Right. This is true. I mean, listen, as much as bad as we see, and we see that all the time because bad things sell, bad things get attention, but there are very good things. Like whenever I was on my live stream and Stephen said that he had spent the day, it was very nice, the weather had broke there in Tennessee, and he had spent the day mowing 3 yards of his neighbors, and nice. good things are happening. Good things too happen every day, all the time, all the day long. So we have to remember that, because it's so easy to get caught up in all this social media stuff, and it just weighs down on you. It starts to weigh down on you. So it's real good to remember to give people a little bit of hope. As crazy as some of the things that I say are to people, right? I do always try to leave them with that hope of, let's get it together, man. It's still not too late. We can. I know that sounds crazy after everything I just said, but there's still a way to get it together. It's to open up to these obvious truths that I've been telling you, and then to put it together in your mind, and then get it together with us, and that takes, you do it one person at a time if you have to. I don't care. I'm doing my little part to change things. Yeah.
And as I think have both figured out, I think everyone is figuring out, you never know how you affect people in their lives. It mightn't seem like that way, but you'll never see the results maybe. And you just got to be happy with that to do what you can, and you can do no more. And I think a lot of us are realizing as well is that all the sort of truths that we realize when we go through life, through the struggle, everything always seems obvious in retrospect, so much so that we almost feel embarrassed saying it to people. But again, I often feel aggrieved that I wish I was told so many things when I was younger, but you can't be told. You have to learn through experience.
Yeah, you're right. And I had heard you saying that on your last stream on because you covered a lot of things, but you said, when my mother, she knew about this or that. And I was like, you could have told me. And I have had those moments in my life where, man, I wish you would have told me this 20 years ago. You could have saved me so much time. But then I realized, no, they would have been wasting their breath, because I hadn't yet got to the level where I would have really the discernment wasn't there, So I get it. And that's one good thing you had also mentioning earlier today, that, that you pick things up in stages, and there's levels to this, and knowing what you know now would have blown your mind, even just 25, 30 years ago. So it's true. I'm glad that people let me come to some of these things on my own.
Yeah. And if there is a God, right, what I've had to come to, again, it's like humbling realization that he wouldn't be able to just whisper in your ear and tell you what you need to know. It's a bit like, letting the children learn by making their mistakes,
Right. Well, I know there was a terrible movie. It was called Indiana Jones and the Crystal Skull. And the girl, the woman, she was speaking, I forgot who it was. Anyway, she desperately wanted to know everything about the universe and everything. And she asked the Crystal Skull, once the alien came together, and he was all the crystals, 13 crystal skulls came into one. And he became the alien right in front of her face, and she said, show me everything. And he did. He showed her everything, and it blew her mind. You know what I mean? It was too much. You can't take that much data in of everything at once.
Right.
Although we would think that we might want to, we can't.
Yes, I do remember that bit now. Yeah.
Right.
You know, that reminds me of something else that I don't know for sure because I've never actually taken LSD, but a lot of people who take LSD or did in the 60s and 70s and go for these trips down to South America and take ayahuasca and whatever other drugs like that, they say that the secrets, like Joe Rogan, I think this is maybe the worst thing about Joe Rogan. He's encouraging people to do that sort of thing. And I get the distinct impression that there are no shortcuts to enlightenment or to understanding. You have to take the hard, long path to things.
Right. I believe that. I mean, you know, taking magic mushrooms as an enhancement, it's more visual based. The ones I've taken don't, and it's been years, but they don't do that. You don't get the secrets of the universe. It just makes you see things from a completely different perspective and think on things maybe a little bit different than you had before. And that's a good thing. However, just recreationally doing them just to get high, just to feel, to take yourself away from this place. I got to get away. I got to get away from all this. No, that's not, because we still have to work through, like you had said, we have to work through these things. You can't just jump over the creek. You have to wade through it. You have to wade through it, each stone underneath your feet, and know that creek. You can't just jump over it. So, or you didn't do yourself any services. So, you're right. And that has always been a point with me too about Joe Rogan. You ever tried LSD? You ever tried mushrooms? You ever tried DMT? He asked everyone that. And it's like, why are you pushing all these things on these people that their frontal lobes aren't even probably fully developed? You're making a bunch of zombies. So, and that's what he's done. So, but there will be a pushback by the youth that was saying, you think we're so stupid and we don't want to work and we don't want this and we don't want that. They're going to say, we're only living in this place that you've built and given us, and you've destroyed it and you've built it back, and everything you do and all these things we don't know about that you've done and that you're doing to each other right now has a great effect on all of us. And you want to say that, oh, these kids ain't shit, they don't know anything. It's not true. And that will happen. These youth aren't as dumb as people think.
Yeah, I mean, again, I've often been very pessimistic and thinking, each generation is knows less, and I can't really say that I know much about Generation Z or Alpha, but sometimes you hear a lot of people saying, "Oh no, Gen Z are totally based, and Gen A, they reject all the modernity." But I guess with every generation, you're going to get a mix of people,
Right. John, it's funny that the generations now, Generation X raised a lot of the Generation Z and A kids because their parents were the millennials that didn't want to. They were in drugs and this and that, and they didn't want kids, and so the grandparents had to raise them. So a lot of Gen X and the older boomers, the younger boomers, raised these kids, and they are based. Some of them are based. It's because they were raised by people like me. So my children, I call them children. They're 30 and 28. They're not children, but they've gotten this treatment all of their lives. I always told them from the earliest age, listen, look at everything from multiple different angles. Be empathetic with people. Try to see it from their perspective, no matter what, and you'll be better for it. And
wow.
So. Yeah, don't run away. Yes, don't run away from anything. Always stand your ground. Don't ever run away. So no matter what, and you'll be a better person for it. It may seem super hard, but don't be scared. Don't live in fear, because it's no way to live.
Well, again, I mean, you're really putting there when you're saying you got a 30-something-year-old child. That's a child.
Right.
That really, again, makes me feel old now. My God. Sorry for saying that to you.
Imagine for me, brother, I'm 50.
Yeah. Good God. And it really is. Look, I'll say this, right, because it's so trite, but it's you only realize it when you get older. My parents, I always thought, like, when I was born, they were always old. They told me when we were young, I used to be your age, and I was going, yeah, right, whatever, right? And people would say to me, you're going to be old one day, and I go, nah, never.
Yeah. Oh yeah. We always think that it'll never happen to us, but it does. It does. And it's so funny when I hear kids say that today. It's like, oh my God, you're 50, you're old. I'm like, actually, maybe I am, but someday when you think back on this, because I'll say it to them. If you ever call anyone out on this, they'll always remember it. So whenever they turn 50, they're going to remember that conversation. They're going to remember that some old guy named Jack told them, hey, you're going to be here someday. As you are, I once was. As I am, you will be, dude. So
oh, that's bang on. Yeah.
Yes.
And that's the thing, and still people can't imagine it. Mostly, I guess it's a universal thing that you can't imagine yourself being old.
Right.
But as long as nothing bad happens, it will happen.
It will. And yeah, barring, and I always tell my children that too, barring accidents happen, you will grow old. So just learn as much as you can every minute of every day, and take time to smell the roses. It's very important that you do that.
Yeah. Ferris Bueller. I remember that's the movie. I remember that from. You got to take some time to smell the roses.
We always talk crazy about The Tribe, but haven't they made some funny movies, man?
They have. To be fair.
To be fair, and I don't like being fair to them, but I will say that some of the most enjoyable experiences in my life have been movies that I watched. And yes, and it's true. And they are funny. They are funny people. So, and it's usually at the expense of the goyim, but whatever.
Yeah. Well, look, I tell you what, it reminds me of this guy called Neil Gabler. If anyone has never seen it, he was the guy who wrote A World of Their Own. And he talked about how the people we're not mentioning now did make all our movies to the point where they recreated for America what it meant to be an American because of the movies. And I can tell you from this side of the Atlantic, when we would look at these movies, like say, there was these movies by John something or other.
John Hughes.
Thank you. Yeah. Pretty in Pink, and then that one where they all had to stay back after school if that was a different one. Breakfast Club, yes. So we all thought over here, if only I was over in America, I'd go to these schools and I'd be really cool as well,
Hey, I got to be honest with you. I went to school during that time. I was in school when those kids, I was the same age range as all those John Hughes movies. That's why they ring so true to me. A lot of the things that were said in them are very spot on, and the ways that we felt in school and the ways that we felt about our co-students, it was real. That guy caught the essence of a lot of people's experience. He really did, and so he gave it to the world. And John Hughes wasn't a tribal member. However, the people who really they produce your movies, they sometimes have a lot to say about what goes in them, but most of the time, to be honest with you, it's just writers and screenplay people and directors, and they make movies. And they get distributed by the tribe. They get, what I mean? But you have to, if you want to get something made here, you have to put in certain things that will resonate to the tribe so that they will go ahead and push it. And Revelation and Method is a big one. They want that because they want to be able to say later, after everything is destroyed or whatever it is, the takeover is complete, right? However that looks, that they can say whenever somebody who comes up to them says, why did you do this to us? Why? And they will say, we told you this is all going to happen. You chose not to listen. And people will say, you showed me nothing. You told us nothing. And there's a catalog of books and media, and it's all there. It's all there. It's outlined. You thought it was a joke, but it wasn't a joke.
Yes, absolutely. And I'll say this, maybe I have said it much the same recently, but I'll try and maybe say it the best so far that I can express it.
Right.
I used to, also think that this is just entertainment. And a lot of people noticed, of course, that there's more truth in movies and in music than there is on the TV news.
Absolutely.
Yeah. And they definitely show us, they definitely tell us. And although God has never spoken either into my ear or I've never heard him in my head, what I have come to realize is that, like you're describing there with how maybe the director doesn't know that he's telling people this, but there's something in the zeitgeist, like there is a spirit and it's woven itself through everything. Every movie, every song, every board game, like every arcade game, even a video game, they're all trying to tell us the same thing, but in a slightly different way.
They really are. They really are. You know, isn't that funny that they would? I mean, it's so blaringly obvious to us now, but I've thought that a long time ago. I was like, even whenever I was a young man, a young kid watching Star Wars, I was like, these are just movies. I would talk to my dad about it when I was 10, 12 years old. And I would say, it seems like that's just a story that I've read so many times throughout the ages. I mean, they were writing stuff like this 500 years ago in Europe. So, and he's like, yes, because there's a through line that'll always be from the Bible all the way to the end of time, that we mark the Bible, but whatever. Through the ancient writings all the way through, it's been the same, because humans, as far as I know, we haven't changed either in all that time. We've always had the 10 fingers and 10 toes and 2 legs and 2 arms. And you see, we're the same too. So nothing really changes. As much as it does, it stays the same,
Well, yes. The more things change, the more they stay the same. And that term there that you used, a through line, there is a common thread that goes through everything, and it stitches everything. And like, I guess you probably thought exactly the same thought, that no matter what the age is, the century, the generation, it's the same story being played out, just with a slightly different backdrop.
Right. And in the 70s we had been raised prior. My father had explained this to me. He said, in my generations, we were Westerns were the thing, and showing the old frontier and all that. And he goes, and then in the 70s, whenever you were born, they wanted to tell the same stories, but they wanted to do it in a flashy, brand new way. And so that's why they made that Star Wars. And he goes, and that changed cinema forever. So he said, but it will be the same stories over and over and again. And that's why whenever we were talking about The Matrix, I felt like The Matrix, it told the story in a grand way. That's why I said I didn't like it very much the first time I viewed it, because it was such a sensory overload in every way that I kind of shut me down, like, holy crap, I'm still trying to figure out these things, and now they're showing me all this. But now, 25 years later, I can see what, the whole thing. And there's still things to learn there. Like, for instance, you'll love this, you're a computer guy. Whenever the Oracle, he goes to meet the Oracle, and the Oracle says, you want a cookie? And he has to accept the cookie in order to talk to her. Cookies, like the computer.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, see, those are things that I'm just now realizing about this movie all these years later.
Yes, and I think that you reminded me there are probably other words that have 2 meanings with regard to the World Wide Web and things like that as well. Well, yeah, I mean, I remember seeing a video where they talked about, of course, the web is a spider web, and it's something they construct, and we get caught in it, and all this sort of stuff. Yeah.
Oh, sure. In fact, the very first time I had ever, in the mid-90s there, whenever they had come out with the AOL and, the World Wide Web, that was the very first thing I thought of, was a spider web.
Yes, and there was...
Yeah.
I think it was Lycos, the search engine, which nobody has heard of in years, did have a spider on a web as its logo.
Ah, yes, you're right, they did. Man, it takes me back to the dial-up days.
Oh, yeah, for sure, yeah.
Remember that sound? These kids today will never remember that sound. That
definitely.
Weird, the boot-up sound, yeah.
And, if you sometimes, I think it was probably the same no matter whether you were anywhere here or over in the US, that if you could connect at 56K, that's 56 kilobits per second, there was a slightly different didung when it connected, right? And if you didn't hear the didung, then you knew it wasn't you were gonna be on 33.6. Yeah.
It wasn't gonna be optimum.
Yeah.
Yeah, that is so funny. And I was telling some guy, he was like, we were discussing that back. He's 30, so he doesn't really remember all that, the dial up and the old internet, the way the things used to be. And he was talking about pornography. He said, pornography. I said, because listen, back then, if you wanted to see a picture of a boobie, if you clicked on it, it would take 20 minutes for you to be able to see that one thing.
Line by line.
Right. And I said, that's how it was. And so you really had to really want to see one. And so
it would be in 16 colors.
Right. Now look at us. Now you could have any debauchery at your fingertips. It's just insane. Things have progressed rather quickly, John.
Well, yes, you're absolutely right. But let me tell you this, right? Even though we shouldn't go down this tangent too far, when I was in college, and then we had, what we thought was larger connection. I think it was a 1 megabit for the whole college, right? Anyway, there was these things called news groups, and they still exist. And there was like all of a sudden, right? Any interest you had in the world was alt.something.something or rec.something.something, right? For recreation. And then, of course, obviously there was a subgenre for porn or something like that. And then all the subgenres within that. And of course, we were all too innocent, I think, to know about this sort of stuff, right? But and I'll tell you this, even though I don't want to corrupt anybody's minds, right? One of the guys then who really knew how to get on all these news groups and doodly-doo and all this sort of stuff, right? He showed me a picture that he downloaded, right? And it was a picture of, and this is going to be a bit shocking, right? It was a picture of a chair with a purpose-built hole cut in it, just so a man could sit under or put his head underneath the chair and have a beautiful woman defecate down onto his face. Right? So already, right, even though it was only in 16 colors, they had the fetishes were there, and we know since the Weimar Republic, you know what I mean?
Oh, yes, I was sitting here thinking that right there.
Yeah. So they were ready.
I saw that photo too, and I think it warped my mind.
Right. Okay. And so I mean,
no. Listen, I was one of those guys back then, John. I could show anybody anything in 5 seconds, literally. So I stay away from computers because I'm going to get in trouble with those. So all I have is a phone. I do not use computers because no, I'm too good with them. You know what I mean? There's too many ways that I know that you can break into systems. It's just not. I don't need to be doing that, or I'll have the feds knock on my door. Yeah, they don't play around with that shit. They really don't.
It's a funny thing, isn't it? But yeah, I see there. My next shot won't miss. He says a T1 line. Maybe that was it. People talked about T1 lines. They go, I've got a whole megabit or so, whatever it was. Maybe it was 2 megabits. I don't know. Maybe it was only 500K.
And I know we're waxing a bit here, guys, in the chat. But listen, guys, this is a 23. This stream is called 23 years. We are remembering back the time around 9/11, and that we're trying to give you the feeling of the time around 9/11, how things were, and how innocent we were in comparison to now.
Well, look, you brought up the Matrix, and I wanted to say that I was working in a well-known computer company, in the late 90s up to and through the 2000s there, and I remember being told like Wi-Fi wasn't even a thing, but I remember being told to go look it up and do a paper on it. And it wasn't called Wi-Fi yet. It was just 802.11b IEEE or something like this, or 802.11a maybe was the beta version. And so I was reading about this kind of going, this sounds like science fiction. But then out came the Matrix anyway in 2000. And he had that Nokia phone that once you press the button, this thing then flipped down.
Right.
It wasn't in a clamshell, it flipped down and it was so cool, right? So the answer flipped down. And I thought that was the pinnacle. But I was told by somebody in the corporation that, see that big beige box with the 17-inch monitor that weighs something like 20 pounds or whatever, right? Well, we're going to get that and the whole computer and the hard drive and everything and stick it into Neo's phone.
Wow.
They called it convergence.
Wow. Convergence. And there was a movie with Johnny Depp, I believe, called Convergence. It was where he was going to become one with the computers.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah,
but that's how far we've come. That's how far we've come in only 2 decades and a bit.
That is so true. I mean, the technology is insane, and I know that they probably have even far superior technology to that. But they have to dole these things out to us, and they have to patent them and see how they can better sell them prior to giving them to us. It's the people wonder why. Well, why don't they just give it to us now? No. They got to sell it to you, buddy. They can't just give it over. They have to make money on this shit. A lot of times I think people think so far into conspiracies, and I do too, but so far into conspiracies that they forget that some things truly are just there for you to buy them and to take up your time with and to, so that's why I like to back off from it a little bit and be like, and truly understand which ones mean something to me, which rabbit holes I choose to go down. I'm a lot more choosier. It used to be that I wasn't. I would just go jumping down any rabbit hole. But now I'm like, you know what? And I got to be honest with you. I've been so deep into this stuff for so long before 9/11. My dad gave me books on JFK assassination whenever I was 10 years old. So, that's what caused all this in me, is that he really thought something was wrong with that, because it made an indelible mark on his psyche as a young man for that guy to get killed like that, whether it happened or not or whatever. The world believes it to be true. So, we have to go from there. And
well, I'm glad he did, and he was right, and everybody should have warned us all here. Listen, something was very wrong about that. But then again,
you see, though, John, and I had told this story many times. It's a good stream for me to tell this. We had in 2001, 9/11. Well, 3 or 4 days prior to that, on a Friday or Saturday, we had a big get-together, family get-together, 50 or 60 people at my house, and my uncles were razzing me that this country could never be attacked. And I told them, are you crazy? I said, it can. I said, all you do is you hijack a couple of airplanes and fly them into the Superdome at Super Bowl. Or you fly them into the, I didn't say World Trade Center, I said the Sears Tower building. I said, you do that at 9 o'clock in the morning and just kill 25,000 people. I said, then we would go to a war with whoever we said did it. 3 days later, it happened. Okay, so that's why it was so important for my dad to show me JFK and to make me look at what happened at Waco and to make me understand what happened at the Murrah building in 1995, and that they were calling out the Timothy McVeighs, and what they were doing was, whenever that was all happening, was they were trying to put a boot stamp on militias in this country and people who would rise up against what they were going to do in 2001. You see, so everything was the lead up to it. And that's why I was able to call what was going to happen, because I knew, it's not like I knew, but I knew. So, so this is a special day for me. This is a special day for me because it's one of the biggest conspiracies that I ever called out publicly, and was spot on,
Yeah, thanks very much for mentioning it. I forgot to mention, the Murrah building, and another one conveniently very similar to 9/11, and I think it's mentioned in Jimmy Dore there, where just so happened that there was a federal accounting mismanagement that they were going to look into it, but it all got blown up, so all the files are gone now. Yeah.
Remember, what was it? It was
3.2 or 2.3
trillion dollars that Donald Rumsfeld on 9/10 told that it was gone, and then on 9/11 it was never thought of again.
Yeah, and also in Building 7 was exactly where all the files to do with that
488 or 89 was where the hard drives were.
Yeah, so it's just like
they were just covering their tracks. I told everybody, it's just, this is the biggest hoax ever devised, and then they hit us with COVID, which wow.
But could you imagine, right? Like, actually, imagine if they came out and said, listen, we were just about to investigate ourselves, but then those damn terrorists came along and blew up the evidence that would have convicted us.
Yeah. I mean, that's just damn
so
love.
Convenient.
Right. It's just, it's just laughable. And believe it or not, I mean, and like I always say, I don't want to laugh. It's a laughable situation that they are so brazen that it just doesn't even, they don't care anymore. So like I was saying to you, effectively, we don't have leaders here because Joe Biden hasn't made a public appearance for real in months and months and months and months, and he hasn't been a president to us at all. And you see how Kamala Harris is. She's nothing. She's nothing. And I watched those debates last night, if that's what they want to call them. It was more like a trouncing.
Yeah,
I just watched them for the kicks.
Well, what I heard with between Donald Trump and Kamala there yesterday or last night. By the way, I would say it's ridiculous to have it on the eve of 9/11, but however, what I heard was that Donald Trump said, listen, if I don't get elected, Israel won't last another 2 years, right? And all of a sudden, a lot of Republicans were like, geez, maybe Kamala has got something going for her.
I turned to my son whenever he said that. I turned to him, and this is honest what I said. I said, I think I might have to vote for the first time in my life for Kamala Harris.
And they're saying she hates Israel. Is that true? Maybe I've been wrong about her.
Okay, so Barack Obama had no love for Israel. Many Democrats don't. And I think she was on that kick of not liking Israel. However, Donald called her out on the Israel, you hate Israel, and you wanted to defund the police. Well, she just wholesale denied everything. and nobody fact checked her. It would have been very simple to say, yes, you did. These are, in fact, 28 tweets that were anti-Israel. So she comes out and she's talking about all this Charlottesville. I mean, more than anything, it wasn't a debate. It was just, remember this, remember this. Well, this is what it wasn't. It was a big dog and pony show, brother.
Yeah, and look, she, more than any other politician, she really doesn't believe, think, or know anything. She just will say whatever she thinks is the thing they want people want her to say. That's it.
Right.
Even in her, her Foghorn Leghorn impression and all that whenever she's talking to black people.
Oh, God. You don't know how much black people hate that. I was talking to a black guy, he was a delivery driver, and I asked him, because I've known him for 10 years. And I asked him, I said, hey, bro, I said, did you see Kamala in Atlanta the other day? And he goes, that fucking bitch. Excuse my French, but that's what he said. He goes, I said, don't you just love it? I said, didn't you love it when Hillary did it? And she carries the hot sauce in her purse.
Yes.
Yeah, he's like, dude, he goes, you do know how much black folks hate that, right? I'm like, oh, yeah. I said, we hate it too, man.
Yeah. I mean, it is, again, it's hilarious. This thing we're living through like a movie, and it is hilarious. But
well, it is a movie. It is a movie, John. Those people, everyone you saw on screen on our debates, anywhere, they all have Screen Actors Guild cards in their pockets. They're actors. They are paid actors. This is an act. There is no leadership. There is no government. It's all an act. There's nothing. It is not real. I can't convey that enough. It's
if
not
people
real.
got any halfway of a sense that maybe there's one or two exceptions, but that everybody who's in positions of responsibility and power hasn't got a breeze what's going on, and part of
if they do speak out, they don't have any concept of what they're really talking about, because it's like you want to throw these rosy things in our face about how you're going to do this and do that. You can do nothing within the system that you've attached yourself to. We know that, and that's why we don't run for office. You think you're a true believer, but you're really just being deceived on a level that is so much more than most of us. A lot of people know that it's just a big fake. Listen, I noticed that. I got into the live stream. I cast the debates to my television from my phone, so I could still read the live chat. And there was 200,000 people in this particular stream, and you can read it. And I scanned through and looked. Dude, everybody was based. Everybody was like, this is bullshit. He just brought up Israel, burn them alive, all these things. It was insane, man. So they know. People know. They would want you to believe that they don't. All these bots get on there and argue with you over the dumbest stuff and bring stuff up from years ago that doesn't matter. But they're bots. People know. They want to give you the conception or in your mind that no, it's too late. Let it burn. No, it's not. We're living at a time whenever more people are awake to this shit than ever before, and that's why the tribe is scared, and that's why they're pulling out all the stops, is because they know that it isn't just this region we're living in right now that knows, and they're going to kick us out, 109 countries. No, the entire world now knows what our game is in every aspect of it.
Well, I do think
there's nowhere to run.
A bit. That's it exactly. I was going to say that phrase. Equally, right? So for Western people or the white man, there's nowhere left to run to. There's no white flight because there's nowhere to fly to. There's no safe area. A lot of people in South Africa want to go to America, but as I said to loads of them, why would you want to go there? Or, a lot of South Africans have gone to Australia, but again, that's like out of the frying pan into the fire. Because Australia government is even worse in many ways.
Boy. It is. So, it's astonishing how bad they have it.
Yeah, but what I was going to say was equally, right? Even though it might seem like, okay, we have our backs against the wall, well, everybody has basically pushed all their chips in. So, like, no matter who loses, it's basically a total loss now.
Yeah.
Like, they might think it's a bit like, hey, I'm not locked in the room with you. You're locked in the room with me. That kind of way.
Right. It's a good line.
So, yeah, and by the way, I will say this as well. Like, a lot of people might know what we're talking around, but we're not saying it exactly. I have had to come to, a lot of people don't like to hear this, but I've come to realize from listening in on some extremes and that kind of thing that a lot of people living in certain real countries over there in that area a lot of them are pretty clueless on a lot of stuff as well, and don't really understand stuff, and are susceptible to mind control and ideas that have been put in their heads too.
Yeah. Well, whenever I say a lot of people are waking up to these things, it's true. But in the context of that, I think it's like we said earlier, 10, 15%. Yeah, it's not a massive number. The hordes will never awaken, never. But but if you could make them understand half of what we know, not even half, 10% of what we know about these things, then it would be more than enough. Just to have a conception that something's wrong would be good. A nice start.
Yeah, that would be a nice start.
Yeah.
And also, if they wouldn't say, well, one of the things that they did to destroy our societies was to flatter us all and them to think that they're clever. And the more people think they're clever, the less they think they need to look into anything because they figured they know it already. Right. If they could climb down or be given a way to climb down without losing too much face, they might say, all right, look, I'm happy for good people of my own sort of stock from my own nation to look after my nation. We don't need all these foreign experts coming in to, in inverted commas, help us, right? And I'll trust you to run the country as long as, you trust me then to do something productive, even if it doesn't seem like there's much. I don't know. A lot of people think they have to have a prestigious job, but actually we do need everybody who kind of.
Everyone matters. Even I tell that to people, from your janitor to your CEO. Exactly. Everyone matters. Everyone. We wouldn't have the corporation if we didn't have those people. So everyone matters. Trash can man, I don't care. Doctors, I don't care. So that is, if we really believed that, then we could draw more people into the fold, and they would understand that yes, these people are perched up over us and they're shitting on us, and it's terrible. And now the room is filling up with shit, and I'm drowning. So, if we can, but as long as people keep their heads buried in their phones and they just don't care and they're just not interested, then the shit just rises and rises.
Yeah, and we probably all saw that some of the essential workers were, of course, the refuse collectors, the trash can man. And I don't even know if they got paid bonuses or whatever, or got acknowledged in any way. People should have been dancing in the street that they were taking their refuse away.
Wow. Oh, it's so true. I was this essential worker. I had to work. So, but my boss, the guy I work for, he is very adamant that he wasn't going to wear masks, and he wasn't going to. They told us that one of the bigger places that we do work for, your guys have to get vaccinated. They can't come into the plant. All of us are vaccinated. My boss is like, well, then see ya, because we won't work for you. And that's it. And they made provisions that we didn't have to do that because we're invaluable to them. We make parts for them that no one else can. So you see, so they will bend. You just have to stand. That's why I always tell people, and have for years, stand up. Don't sit there and take this. If you will stand, they will bend backwards. They will. It's not a steamroller. We're not dealing with a steamroller here.
Yeah, absolutely. If each one of us, we all think we can't do anything to change the big picture, but if each one of us would assert ourselves in public, a lot of our problems would just fall away.
Sure. And listen, John, you can. One person can. Okay, here's how one person can. You might go on X next week or tomorrow or whatever it is, and you may say something that triggers something in the mind of a young 18-year-old man or woman. And they may go on to be the leader that we always knew we needed, and nobody will ever know where that came from. That he was listening to a John live stream on X, and something happened in his head, and it just right. You don't know that what the things you do and say won't make a difference in the future. They do. They do. What is that old saying? The things we do now echo in time forever.
Definitely, and a phrase like that or phrases like that have been going through my mind lately as well. That a lot of this all just seems like it's all for nothing. What does anything matter? But even if there was no afterlife, we are making history now. Everything we do now will ring down through the ages.
I believe it. I honestly, John, and I know this because we've known each other a while. But the thing is that if we didn't believe that, then we wouldn't even do this. If we were so nihilistic that we just believed that nothing mattered at all, then why would we be wasting our time? It would be a waste of time, wouldn't it, if nothing else mattered? It does. And so for future generations, we'll never even know that we had conversations like this with our brothers and sisters. And they don't know that we were changing the world for them so that they would be able to have a free mind to think with.
Yeah, well, having been demoralized, black-pilled, very pessimistic, and deep in the pit of despair for a long, long time, one of the things that got me out of that, in fact, maybe it was either the opposite of the final straw, the thing that made me say, I'm getting out of this now, and I'm going to be more, always remind myself, even if I don't feel like it, I'm going to push myself to be positive, was listening to a South African guy. His name is Jan Lamprecht. And he has a website called historyreviewed.com. And he had a video of his pinned. It's not there anymore, but I mean, it's still in his content, just not pinned anymore. And it was basically talking about how everything that we do, it's a cumulative effort. No single one of us is going to make the difference and fix the thing, but all together, working together, we will do it. So you just can't give up. We need everybody in the fight.
That's what I'm talking about. Everybody in the fight. And that's why Jack is the ethos that he says, let's get it together. Meaning, Jack, and we know this, Jack doesn't exist, but he does. In everyone that takes a stand, in everyone that got it together, they are Jacks. They aren't this particular Jack, but they are. And so I'm going to keep doing this until that finally sinks in on people. And then, listen, it's faceless. It's not. People will be out in the streets screaming, let's get it together. Jack Torrance. We're going to Jack Torrance your ass. And nobody will know who Jack is. Nobody will ever know who I was.
Well, look, it's coming up to 4 hours, and that seems like a pretty good note to end on.
Brother. Hey, we had to do it for the day.
Yeah.
This is the day, and that's why I wanted to come on. I wanted to come on because you're doing this, and I was thinking of doing this, but I don't have to now, brother. Thank you, man.
Oh, good man, good man. Well, I'm glad then that we kind of combined our efforts.
We did, and that's rare for us, but we do it on occasion.
Yeah. Well, I lost the ability to keep up with the chat, but I tell you what, I love that problem because I really love how many people have been listening.
They're engaging.
And commenting.
They're engaging, and you had a lot of people in. This is really good, John. This is the start of something really good, and this whole thing the journey we've been going through. I call it the last 4 or 5 years. This is the start, But I think we're coming up onto a time when we can start to say, hey, well, now we're in the middle of it. I think we're right in the middle of it. And I think there may be an end in sight, So, because it's so hard to see the end whenever you're at the beginning. But
that's it. Now, everybody's perspective is different, of course. But I do get the sense that there is light at the end of the tunnel. A lot of Christians say that, well, it's already a foregone conclusion. The good side wins. Mm-hmm. Well, here's where I think destiny meets individual free will, right? Yeah, we win, but only if everybody does what they're supposed to do to contribute to that eventual success. Mm-hmm. I am seeing light at the end of the tunnel. I'm not insisting that anybody needs to, but I'm feeling optimistic, and I don't think that's based on false hope.
No, I don't. See, I'm just like you. I don't feel it's based on false hope. Not at all. Or just some inability to see the truth for what it is. I've been told that before. It's like, we want to keep hope in our hearts. For whatever reason you may have, whatever it is, keep it there. Don't be in despair, So, all right, brother, 4 hours. You're the man for going 4 hours. But that's really good. So, because I know it's getting late over there.
Getting a bit late, but I really appreciate you coming on. No, I could go more, but we gotta call an end to proceedings. And there's always another day. We'll do another stream another time together.
And maybe, perhaps, we can go on and do a live stream together on Jack Day, so we can interact with Jack.
You mean on a Sunday, do you?
Yeah, on a Sunday.
Okay. All right. Well, I'll definitely make sure that I stay awake late for me next Sunday.
Right. May do that because you can share streams through the YouTube app.
Yes.
So we can do one together. That might be interesting.
Yeah. Okay. Well.
All right. I'm going to get off here, brother. You say your goodbyes to your people and
well, that's the way to do it then. Excellent. Thanks a lot for coming on, Jack.
Yes, sir. All right, brother. Take it easy. I love you guys in the chat, and let's get it together.
Cheers. All right. Well. That's great that Jack came on, and we've gone 4 hours, but I'll try and wrap it up now and just make sure I don't miss any of Last few comments there, and I really, as I say, genuinely appreciate so many people being there and making all the comments. D says, I find that most 30-year-olds that are doing well think that they are smarter than the generation above them. I don't think the brain is fully developed until you hit your 40s. Yeah, very true, very true. But every generation thinks they know better than the previous one. But isn't that how they also destroy our societies, by getting in between every generation and setting one generation against the next as well? So I've had to try and find it in my heart somewhere to forgive the boomers, right, for whatever they did or didn't do that they ought to have done or shouldn't have done. I agree, Winmore, what you're saying there. Ripples go outwards, says Lily Gazoo, just like throwing a stone in the water. Exactly. Thank you. Good vid, says Alan Hargreaves. D says, exactly, I found the same thing. When you stand up against them, they step back. Yes. They're not expecting it, and they have no real substance behind them either. They know they stand on nothing. Lily says, just because the message GDO or DNR seems to travel, it's still worth sending. Okay. Hey, Ulick, he says, at panel, oh, we missed this then. I'll answer if we can. Is it all about bottom line, or is there a bigger hand at play? I'd say both. There is a bottom line in the sense that we should keep certain things very simple. And I would say, I can't be too specific about this, but I would say whatever we do, our morality should be for the betterment and first of all, the saving of our society, or whatever remnant of it wants to be saved, and then rebuilding and regeneration. That should be our morality, and no more squabbling about whatever variation of religion or not religion we have, or political party for sure. Bottom line. All right, bottom line is money, or pound sign, or weighing things up. Pause the chat. I need to make some cheese and toast. Cheers, Tom. Wind War says, I have watched many NDEs, that's near-death experiences, and everyone says that God talked to them and how every choice they made in life mattered and caused a ripple throughout eternity that affected everyone. That's beautiful, Wind War. Thank you. Like just the expression there, ripple throughout eternity that affected everyone. Really appreciate that. Control is more important than money. Yes, money for the controllers is a means to an end. Total domination. Full, what do they call it? Full spectrum domination, control over our very thoughts. The eternal 4-hour live stream. I love it, says Wind War. Great stream. Cheers, Krishnan. Ulick says, the crowns, the remembrance, or the remembrancer. Check that out. If you've done a video on it, maybe let us know what the title is. Is it just the remembrancer? If there's a video, see if you can point us to it, even if you're not able necessarily to leave a link. Because I didn't remember to look up that before, which is ironic, but it sounded interesting. Oh, I tell you what, I did look it up. He's related to the Chancellor of the Exchequer. He remembers what debts you have, or that kind of thing. And of course, it's like the devil or God remembers all your sins and all your deeds. And he comes along then to pick up all the checkers off the board and tally all the score at the end, isn't it? Yes, that's it, isn't it? So you can look up the remembrancer, but it's also a term for this member of a British, not exactly government, but whatever they call it, like their civil service, who takes care of the finances with the Exchequer. Something like that, isn't it, Ulick? D. Zerda says, politically, when one side wins both the House and the Senate, the promises are never kept. They all appear controlled to me. Yeah. Although I have to say, I like Thomas Macy, and I suspect they did his wife in because he has tabled a bill to end the Fed. And he's also been letting everybody know that AIPAC, that's the AIPAC, assigns a handler to all politicians on both sides of the House. Good stream, says you should have noticed decades ago. Thanks, and good night all, signing off. Thanks for listening. Krishnan says, these people will purposefully lose millions, billions in order to keep control and power over the masses. Yeah, sure, they can print or promise as much as they like. and put any amount of governments in bonds for it. Deezer says, haha, I think you mean to say boomer, not a bomber. I think boomer. But then boomers aren't very good at using a keyboard, are they? Haha, boom, boom. Boomer, yes, that's what you meant. And Stephen says, I'm going to jump on one of these upcoming streams when I have the free time. Would love to talk to you, Stephen, and hear your accent as well. Okay, I think that's about it. I'll sign off then. Maybe I'll allow another 10 to 20 seconds to see if anybody has any last final words. If I don't, is there a new comment coming? Stephen says, cheers, John, and thanks for the stream. My brother, fantastic stream. It's a pleasure. Thanks a lot, everybody, for listening. And if there's any comments or last few chat notifications, I might reply to them now. There's Jack. He's saying cheers, everyone. Cheers for coming on, Jack. All right. Thanks again. Bye for now. And later, win war. You the man too, win war. You've been through the wars and you're coming out the other side a better man for it. Appreciate it. Cheers, Krishna and Resurrection. Okay. Very much appreciated. Well, until next time, all the best.